Okay, so I'm going to assume that you can hear me, and let's proceed. Right, so welcome everybody who's on the live Q&A session on YouTube today. Welcome also to the people that will be listening to this on the podcast. That'll come out tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. And welcome to both of these groups. And also in the future. So either on the YouTube video, which is being recorded, and also in the future for the podcast. So thanks everybody for being here. Now, a little bit of administrative stuff. You may have noticed a change in the audio. I got some feedback from a couple of people last time about only having, I think it was the right channel, not the left channel, something like that. So at the moment, the volume should be twice as much. If it needs to be a little higher, someone should give a shout out. I know people were having their volume turned all the way up and it was still barely hearable and only on one channel. So that's been fixed, I believe. And if it needs to be turned up more, just let me know. What else? So yeah, improvement in volume. Now today, we have something a bit exciting, or at least people are very interested in talking about the coronavirus and how it might affect casinos. So I wanted to work through some of my thoughts on that. I should start with a disclaimer. All of those degrees on the wall behind me, none of them are a medical degree. So I will be hesitant about talking about the value of face masks or not, washing your hands. Well, there's no real question about that, but some other things having to do with the medical cases and some of the things that we know and don't know. Remember, this is a live show on March 7th, 2020, and it will be available on YouTube forever. And I just, on this date, I just went to CNN. Headline is U.S. coronavirus cases in the U.S. rises to 377. So, hey, Lady Di, welcome. She has to go, so I wanted to say hello to her now. In a few minutes, I'll check the chat. As usual, a lot of you are often here, but why don't you just tell us which state you're in, because of the breadth and depth of the people who are here. Please share the state that you're in. But I'll continue with this introduction, which is that coronavirus is at, I think I said 344 cases, no, 377 cases today, according to CNN. Confirmed cases, and we are at the beginning of something. Now, as slots players, we go to casinos, right? And it would help if you were to like this video. It would help us sort of, YouTube as a way of sort of spreading the news that we're live. And if we kind of like it at the beginning of the video, it will spread during the video, so we'll get more people on the live. Thank you. And while you're at it, if you want to subscribe, that would be awesome too. So I want to say that at the beginning of the video. Now, on the coronavirus, we have some small idea what might happen with casinos. Someone, I think it was, I don't remember his name, sorry. If you're here, speak up. But last night, someone shared to me an article on the Wall Street Journal, and I'll put that article, or at least a link to it, it'll be in the description. For those of you that are live, it will be, I just put it into the chat, and for the people on the podcast later, I'll put it in the description. And so there's a Wall Street Journal, article. It is called Coronavirus Has Started an Unlucky Streak for Casinos. You can't really, unless you have a subscription to the Wall Street Journal, they don't let you have too much access to the article, but the first couple of paragraphs are available to, I guess, everybody. And this is really an article about Macau. And so we might get a hint of what the U.S. might see. It's pretty dramatic. We don't know a lot about the coronavirus. We don't know how many people are going to be affected, how many people are going to be killed. We don't know, quite a lot. And we also don't know how long it's going to be around, but suggestions are a while. Again, I don't have a medical degree. But in Macau, which for the month of February, last month, they had, the casinos had gambling revenue for the month. That was for February 2020, which was 88% less than February the year before. 88% less revenue. It fell that much. So 12%. And that's a lot. Why was it so low? Because they shut, in this Macau town, city with many, many casinos in China, shut down their casinos for 15 days to help contain the spread of the coronavirus. So what I wanted to talk about with American casinos is, what is the possibilities? What if it's mild? What if it's extreme? What might happen under either circumstance? So we'll get into a moment. In a moment. For now, I want to come back to the chat quickly and say hello. Let's see. Dave and Lois wishing me a good show. That's great. Jan has her friend from Marianne, or sister, sorry, from Marianne, is visiting from Michigan. Her favorite casino there is Turtle Creek. I have not been to Turtle Creek, Michigan, but I am from Michigan, from the Flint area. I would show you on my map, which is a Michigan joke. Maggie is here. Hello, Maggie. Denise, the always wonderful Denise. Lives in Texas, but plays in Oklahoma, as many people do. Jingwalk, which I think is Chris. Good afternoon to you, too. Thanks, Lois and Dave, for making sure I have good audio and visual. Steve, good. Chuck, thank you for the confirmation. Dean, TX Tootsie. Lady Di Slots is another YouTuber with a Slots channel. Thank you for stopping by. Catherine. Hello, Catherine. Steve, Wisconsin. So, Catherine, when you say hi, do you mean Hawaii? Just kidding. Maggie, New Jersey. Catherine, Oregon. Thank you. So, let's see. It's... did I enter this? I think I entered this. No. Okay. Right. So Maggie was saying that, we can talk about that. Let's see. I missed Maggie, New Jersey, Catherine, Oregon, Lady Di Slots. She went yesterday to a casino and it was dead at Tampa Hard Rock. Exclamation point, exclamation point. So, I'll get into my thoughts on this, and we'll talk about the rapid changes that are taking place and how we might keep up. But let me finish this. Yes, Jingwalk, Chris, Dean, Nevada. Hello, Dean. Somebody won another taxable jackpot at the. 1.2 million at the Venetian. Did you hear about that? I know you have an interest in that. Good morning, Max from sunny Southern California. I will have you know that it is bright and sunny. You could see the reflections in the glass behind me and my eyeglass in my glasses now. It's bright and sunny here in southwestern Ohio too. And we're glad to have you here. Glad you can make it. Okay, so I think we're caught up on chat. So there's a lot happening quickly with coronavirus. It's spread, the number of cases, the things going on with getting ready and not ready and whatever. My point that I want to make here is things are moving quickly. Where are they moving? We don't really know, but things are moving quickly. There's fear, there's facts, there's various things. So I wanted to talk to you about casinos. And I wanted to talk to you about how quickly things are moving. So one of the suggestions I'm going to make, and I'll put this into the chat now, is how do we keep up? As Lady Di Slots had said yesterday, she went to a casino. Oh, I'm over. That's why I didn't go in. Let's see. I had tried to chat something that was too long. That's why it was failing. All right, so I'm going to put this Wall Street Journal article, and that should, okay, now it's out. My Riviera, I'll talk about some of that. It's kind of just some thoughts I wanted to share. Now, as things happen, first thing I want to share with you is how do you keep up? Well, the best way I know of, the next time we meet will be a week from today, and a lot can happen in a week. Also, this is all very kind of like Seattle is being impacted. CNN says today that, what exactly do they say? Besides the 377 cases, that the New York governor declared a state of emergency. That was about an hour and a half ago. Again, I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying this is fast moving and we have kind of short on facts. And so I want to offer this link that I just shared to all of my Facebook state-by-state private Facebook groups where you can, thanks, Larry, you can go to these Facebook groups. There are a bunch of private Facebook groups. Each one is for a state, territory, or our federal district. And if you want to share what you're seeing for your state, we can keep up this week and next week and the week after instead of waiting a week. Certainly, I think this is going to be important to keep up on. Certainly, I will have some portion of each Saturday's live Q&A on what we know next week and the week after and the week after. But in the meantime, there's just a lot of information. Go to professorslots.com/online-resource online-resource. And a little bit down on that page, you'll find the links to every Facebook group for each state. If you care to remember it, it's Professor Slots of the Facebook pages. Each one is professorslots.com/FB for Facebook, and then the two-letter designation for that state. So professorslots.com/FBMI would be the Facebook group slots community for Michigan. And if you go there and let us know if your casinos are closed, if they're open, what kind of things they might be doing, the finances, whether you're winning, whether it's dead. And as you know, it's whether it's going to be open or not, whether it's going to be a lot of people or not, it is all going to be very state by state dependent. As it's kind of sweeps across the nation. So that would be the best place for us to keep up. Don't make a long story short, or make a short story long. Let's try to keep up with what's going on. We'll talk again next Saturday about a week from today about kind of where things at least for a few minutes, and see where we're at. But for now, stay in contact with one another. And I think the best way that I can offer is the Facebook groups, which already have quite a few members and are already talking about this. But I would suggest going there to sort of have updates. People will share, and that's the idea. Okay, so let's talk through several scenarios. Okay, let's. I think I think we cannot assume nothing will happen. I think we can assume that it won't be business as usual. So I will exclude that. Let's say the next scenario would be it's minor. Well, minor but noticeable. Okay. What if the casino doesn't get the usual number of people, that it's reduced by 20%, some minimum number, but just noticeable? What will the casino do? What will you do in response to what the casino might do under that circumstance? And we'll progress to more and more difficult scenarios, but this is the one I think that is the least damaging to everybody. But it is going to be something different than business as usual. So let's talk about that. We know what casinos will do if they have a little bit of a slowdown in people coming into the casino. We know this, right? This is your typical, what? January? No. Yeah. It's kind of like January, after the New Year's. Not a lot of people are going. It's after the holidays. It's before spring break, before people get out of school in April. So it's maybe January, February is kind of like the deadest time. And the casinos know this in advance. And so what do they do when people don't come in as much? They have promotions. They give you reasons to come in. They try to find something exciting to pull you out into the cold and get you to the casino when not as many people go as they do at other times of the year. So if coronavirus scenario where it's not too severe, but just a little bit noticeable, I think we can maybe take some advantage of the casino. Do protect yourself. I'm not a medical person. I'm not going to repeat what I have heard. You can research all this yourself. You know your own medical condition. Hopefully, they were saying something about if you're old, whatever that means. But they said they meant 80. Not mid-50s like me. Apparently that's young. Great to hear that. So there's the at-risk people. And please make your own decision about how you want to handle this. But there might be an opportunity at the casino if everything is kind of mild. I can see winning possibilities there where the casino is doing whatever they can to get people to come in. Now let's move to the next scenario because I want to get through several of these. Let's say that it's 50% reduction. Rick comments that they will tighten up their machines to make up for a lack of cash flow. I don't know. See, if you do that, you have the consequence of people not coming in. So it's kind of like a seesaw, right? We saw that with Oklahoma. The Oklahoma in the last week or so has been improving their payouts. Why? Because people got disgusted with January and just everything being so tight. So now they have the consequence of they got to woo players back in. So we have this recent example for tribal casinos in Oklahoma. Believe me, every casino in the country is watching that situation so they can understand it, particularly the tribal casinos. I think you asked earlier about tribal casinos. If you tighten it up during an emergency, you are creating a long-term problem. And if it's not much of an effect, scenario one where it's not much reduction, sometimes you just power into the curve. Sometimes you say, okay, we'll get them in even though they're reluctant. That can happen. I'm not saying it will. I'm saying it's probably going to be one or the other. Business as usual is not going to happen. They're either going to tighten it, which I think is a mistake, but casinos make mistakes, or they're going to loosen it and hope for the best. That's scenario one, where it's not quite business as usual, but they've got some choices. Now let's tighten it up. Let's say that they have. It's not the worst situation. Let's say it's a 50% reduction of number of people coming in. that's heading towards difficult, right? And at that point, what are their chances of being able to loosen the machines and getting people to come in when it's 50% reduction in traffic? It's going to be harder to get people to come in when it's that bad, whatever causes that feeling, whether, news reports or whatever. If whatever causes a 50% reduction, more deaths, more spread, whatever causes that, I don't know that it's going to be possible for the casinos to do anything at all to get people to come in. They might do everything they can and get their number pushed up to 55% of the traffic. They might just say, well, we want that additional 5% of traffic because it's already pretty bad for them. Or they might just say, well, give up. I'm just trying to imagine how casinos might respond. And given that it's nationwide, they're going to do both. Some casinos here will do one. Some casinos there will, do the other. Some will tighten up and then realize afterwards they've got a big problem now they have to fix. Some will loosen it up and be successful, but then less people will come in and they'll eventually fail, because I think that's kind of what I'm imagining, I should say. But that's the next scenario, 50% reduction in traffic. Now let's go full on, although there might be some other scenario, but let's just go to the limit. Shut down. Casino closes. Yeah. Let's say the casinos close for 15 days out of the month to try to restrict the sharing of the coronavirus. One thing I didn't mention towards the beginning that I wanted to share is this is not a mall. Casinos are not a mall. I mean, yeah, they have stores and there's restaurants, and they're not a restaurant. Okay, you are touching a slot machine people have coughed on. It might have been an hour before, but you are touching where other people have touched recently, and a lot of them. You're at times, it may not be during this emergency, at times, casinos are downright crowded. All right. Some of the restrictions I saw from cities in China was everybody has to walk down the street with at least 1 meter, 3 feet away from any other person all the way around. Don't get any closer than that. That's not going to happen at a casino unless, normally. And slot machines aren't that far apart. If somebody's sitting next to you, then they're within that area. So yeah, this could all be. So I want to mention that. That's one of the restrictions that have been used in other countries, and we might find ourselves doing here. But let's say we go right to the total extreme. Let's say the casinos close. All right. It takes a lot of money to keep the lights on. The lights will be on. The machines will be turned on. Even if they're not, just the air conditioning is just astronomical, the cost. All those lights being on as well. It's this electric bill is huge for casinos. I don't know if you know that, but they're keeping one of the Atlantic City sites kind of warm, I think it was. I'd heard maybe about a year and a half ago, and just using the air conditioning, it was closed, but they wanted to keep the air conditioning going. Maybe it was Las Vegas, too hot, and it might damage the structure if you got too much humidity inside or heat inside, and things could overheat, and you had a problem with the wiring and various things. In any case, you do have to keep things powered up at least a little, and it could be millions of dollars in heating bills. Yeah, you may remember I'd mentioned as we grow, we're going to be getting some interesting people, and I just hit a comment. Okay, so more and more then as time goes by. Okay, so when we have this complete shutdown, the casino has zero revenue, but lots and lots of costs. And, if you have, I don't know, MGM, right, who has to close their casino in Detroit, for a few days because maybe that becomes a center of coronavirus, right? I think MGM, I'm sure MGM can absorb that. And that's a pretty big, that's a pretty big cost, but I think they can absorb it. But if you're a tribe, and you have one casino in Michigan, what's going to happen? Will they be able to withstand 2 weeks of not being open? The costs involved, and all right. I'm going to have to figure out how to kick people off of the chat. In any case, sorry to be distracted by obscenities. Right. So you have these smaller casinos that are going to be hit the first by not having very many people, by potentially closing, and depending on how bad we get, or how long any sort of closings might happen. We don't know that's going to happen. We could end up with a lot of difficulty. The casino's going to end up with a lot of difficulty where, they're not open anymore. I apologize for having to do this. Okay. Learning additional features. So we have a range of things that could happen. We should keep track of what's going on. It's going to be a state-by-state wide situation. Please be aware that some casinos might have a hard time weathering through this. It might not be a matter of figuring out if there's an advantage for slot players. I think that exists when there's only a few things that can be accomplished. When there's only a few things they can do that would try to woo people back in. As it becomes more severe, the situations at various casinos in various states, depending on how coronavirus plays out, it is going to become more and more difficult to find a advantage play. And so I think we should just keep up with one another. The service I have available is free, private. Slots community on Facebook. I told you how to find those. I made a convenient link that take you directly to Facebook, professorslots.com/FB, and then the 2-letter state designation, and sign up for any state that you're interested in. And I'll you have to request to join, and I'll approve the request in most cases. So that's kind of what I had in mind for coronavirus. I'm going to check through to see if there's questions from a few people. Hi, Larry. Yep. Rick. Yeah, they could tighten up the casino machines, but I think that's like a stopgap. I don't think it's the right decision because, you have consequences as we've seen in Oklahoma. And then Catherine says she won almost every day at Wendover in February. So it report to your fellow slots players how things are going, whether they tighten, whether they loosen. And, what we want to keep in mind is, from what I have read and heard, one general thing about coronavirus is it's here to stay. Our response this year, being prepared, whatever response that we might have, getting the healthcare system to the point of being able to handle this, the unknowns involved, a lot of that, hopefully all of it, will be gone next year. Next year we will know what to expect, more or less. So yeah, that's great. But this year, let's make the most of tracking what's happening, because it could prove quite useful next year. What casinos raise their the next time it comes through, assuming it has a season, what does your casino do? Is it bad? Do they tighten or do they loosen? If you can figure that out this year, then you will know for next year because coronavirus is here to stay. Let's see, Max. Okay. Max. Max says that he lost every day in February after Catherine said she won every day in Wendover, Nevada, on the border to Utah. So Catherine won, Max lost. These could have been early responses. I did some reading today, and some reporters were suggesting that Seattle is kind of a epicenter, although with what's going on in New York City, they're declaring a state of emergency. Not quite sure how this is all going to come out. Let's see. Max, February was horrible. Only saw one hand bay in 3 different casinos. Yeah. So it's quite possible that is what your casino is going to do. But again, don't go to the casino if you don't want to go to the casino. If somebody wants to go for you or somebody else is going and you're not, ask them, what does it look like? Because again, what we learned this year, yet while staying safe, what we learned this year will tell us a lot about what to expect from each casino next year, how they respond. Now, they may change their mind having made a mistake this year, but at least this is a clue. The advantage play, and I don't mean to be mercenary about how to make money due to a national emergency. Well, it's not yet a national emergency. Different states have started a state of emergency. But for this national event, learn what your casino does in response, because there may not be a winning slots advantage this year, but you could learn something this year that would help you next year. All right. We have some questions, I think. Let's see. Questions from TJ, Washington High. Come to Illinois. Lots of gambling, fun times, good people. Thanks. I never quite know what to say when people say Mr. Friedel. I appreciate being Mr. Friedel, but if you would look up at the top center degree, it's Doctor. Terry, yes. Thank you for stopping by. I hope that the volume is better. Terry, my coworker Terry, was the one that pointed out that at max volume on his computer, I was barely able to hear. He was barely able to hear me. So have a good appointment and take care of yourself. And I hope things sounded better for you. And just teasing TJ about that Mr. thing. Please call me John. TX Tuxie, Texas Tootsie. We're going to spend the night at Delta Downs in Louisiana Wednesday. Great. People in Texas will go to Louisiana. I appreciate that you are, I believe, are a member of the Texas Facebook slots community and the Louisiana Facebook slots community. But if you want to tell us in the Texas slots community, there are people that will go to Louisiana who live in Texas. So share a lot. Seems like it might be appropriate. So yes, Jan has said she will post what's going on at her casino. Please, everybody, consider that. Some of you are already members. Chris says you had a 2,520 jackpot 4 weeks ago, but it's been bad since. Yeah. We need to learn how casinos are going to respond. I will hope for every casino's survival. They may not have the money to do some expansions that they currently are based on this. I mean, we're going to have some long-term consequences. I mean, long-term, like a year. If they are closed if they close, if unfortunately any of them close, then that's a problem. They're gone. And we might have liked them, but we'll see how this all plays out. Again, we don't know how bad it might get for the casinos. But if they are able to stay open, any plans they have to expand to, either the structures, the facilities. They might have to let some people go instead of closing. We might see repercussions for this for a year. It might put their long-term plans back a little bit. There's some intermediate between, just having a little bit of lower income, lower revenue, and closing. There's area in between. I'm going to ask people again who might have joined since I last asked, if you would like this, we can still have the YouTube algorithm. If you like this video, we can still draw people in, and the YouTube will spread it around. I've usually asked, I will call you Jan, Texas Tootsie. Hopefully everybody else knows that you're Jan. Right, stay focused. Sharing, that's one of the messages I want to put out there. Let's see. Steve says, my wife and I are getting emails on comps. There's a good point. Are your comps increasing? I gambled in Kentucky at Red Mile. Cover my number. Red Mile, which the HHR machines, the historic horse racing machines in Kentucky. And I've been getting all kinds of promotions, as well as my trip in January, end of January, to nearby to Miami Valley Gaming. And I've just been inundated. It's like every day, if not like 5 times a week, I will get a promotion from both of those places. But I only recently went back after a year to Miami Valley, and I'd never been to Red Mile before. I don't know if that was happening before January, before coronavirus sort of reared its ugly head. I don't know if it's an unusual number of promotions. That's something I think if you've been going to a casino for a while and you want to know how things are going, take a look at your promotions. See if the values are higher. See if you're getting more of them, because this is the beginning. The first thing they're going to do is try to woo people back in because the numbers have gone down. But in another month, will we still be on that scenario, or will we be on one of the others, the more severe stuff? So I think that you don't even have to go to the casino. You can see if your promotions dry up or increase in frequency and perhaps amount. See, that's a good indicator. Thank you for pointing that out, Steve. Much appreciated. Let's see, Catherine, going to Wendover. I think Wendover, April 3rd. We'll pay attention. Thank you. And share. Max says California declared state of emergency also. That is because it will get us federal money, of course. Yeah. Dayton, Ohio was struck by a tornado. And I'm barely inside of Montgomery, and I heard the devastation from it. There's still buildings that are just all torn up, arenas and stuff. And we got federal assistance. And I was surprised at how far and wide it helped I think the one thing that helped me, because I was in a county that was listed as part of the national disaster, was I had a deferment on 2 months of my student loans. I bought a better mic. Okay. Catherine, getting many, many offers from Reno. But were you getting many, many offers previously from Reno, or do you think they've jumped, by 2x, or, interested in knowing do you always get that many? I wouldn't be surprised if you always got that many. Denise, I'm a nurse and making a suggestion if you go to casino. Take some pocket-sized hand wipes and wipe the buttons down before you play on each machine. I have a personal Facebook page, which is for family and people I graduated high school with. I haven't added anybody in years to that, but I share with them something that I heard on a cruise when I wanted to go into the buffet. A gentleman stood there with a little squeegee, the little squirt bottle, and he would say, "Washy, washy." It was cute. And so absolutely wash our hands, wipe down the counters. Now, one of the things I think we will totally expect, and I would like to hear from people if they think this is true. Perel and other antibiotics previously were mostly in the restrooms, but they have these wall dispensers sometimes, maybe, certainly other places, but not necessarily casinos. I would think that helping the casinos want to help people be healthy. I have to imagine they're going to have those packets, buckets of those packets all over the place. It could be a little unsightly, so I have to wonder how exactly casinos are going to make those available. The thing they might do, I think I would be pleased to see this, would be to have a dispenser at every slot machine. It would show that they care. Every slot machine, and besides which the slot attendants and beverage people would have them available and handing them out all over the place. You do too much of that and you make people feel unsafe. On the other hand, I personally think that would be great. So, let us know what you see. But thank you, Denise. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wash our hands. Yeah. Let's see. Pocket-sized hand wipes. Yes. TJ. Okay. Not sure what you're sorry about. Didn't notice. Let's see. Mark Smith. Can you go over what a VLT, let's talk about something other than coronavirus. VLT, Video Lottery Terminal. A video lottery terminal is, in most states, there's only one state that does it a little bit differently. It is a video slot machine. First off, video, right? That's the first word. A lottery. The lottery means it's just like what you might think. Your state has a state lottery, and so it is a video slot machine that is connected to the state lottery. You know how if you go to a convenience store and you can buy a lottery ticket? Well, they don't have lottery tickets at the convenience store. They have a terminal that is connected to the state lottery. All right? It's all internet connected. So when you request 5 lottery tickets, they ping the central server, the statewide server at the lottery system, and that system calculates the numbers if you want them random, and then it provides them as needed. That's the slot machine. I mean, that's random numbers from the lottery system, in the state lottery system, to the slot machine in the casino, because it goes over the internet, gets it, pulls it each time you push the button. So it's like a convenience store video lottery, convenience store lottery terminal, only it's got spinning wheels and it's got the video. And so simple as that. Video lottery terminal. Are they controlled by the central computer like a scratch-off, or are they individual machines? Only one state. These are okay. So the difference between a video lottery terminal that's based on scratch tickets and a video lottery terminal that's based on the draw ticket, where they have a drawing, is that only one state, I think it's Washington or Oregon. I think it's Oregon, maybe. They have, sorry. Right. Staying on task here. Read my article for your state, professorslots.com/ Michigan would be MI. I talk about it there. I also have some description. I talk about whether or not they are controlled by the casino or controlled by a video lottery system. One state has 2 video lottery systems. The second one is a tribal lottery system for the tribal casinos, which have video lottery terminals. If you play a video slot machine, you don't know if it's a video slot machine or a video lottery terminal. I've never been able to look at one of those machines and say, which one is it? But if you go to the state gaming board, they will say, which one is it? And also the rules that go with payout and other things. So I've written all that down in the articles for each state. So that's where you look. You can. I also provide the link so you can go check your state and see if anything has changed. Let's see, VLTs. I think I covered that. Okay. My Riviera went twice in February and lost. Sister has gone twice this week and won. Same casino. Okay. Okay, particularly Delaware Park. I don't remember off the top of my head. I write all these things down. Let's see. Steve, I will update. I'm going tonight to the casino. Okay. Thank you, Steve, for updating what's going to happen at your casino tonight. Jan, thank you for the big, huge smile. Catherine, Grand Sierra Resort, especially has had many, many more offers. Peppermill, no change. Atlantis, a little more. Okay. That's, I think, your biggest clue. You don't have to try to guess from the website. For instance, I mean, if the casino starts closing, instead of making the drive up there, check the website. Check their website and see if they state, we unfortunately have to close, or whether they might not say that they're open, but they probably will say if they've closed. Also, you can get an idea of how hard they're trying. Like I said, my best guess is that if they have some reduction, they're going to try to pull people in. At some point, they might say, or give up. Just have a hard time imagining that, but and just sort of like go into survival mode. So check your promotions and see if they're up or down. That will give you a clue how it's going at your casino without having to visit. Yeah, and let's see. It's Washington that is unique. Yes, Oregon is class 3, but run by the state. Right. Both of these are a little bit subtle. Thank you, Kat, for reminding me of that. I may have said something, a lot of detail. I do try to keep track, but mostly I write it down for you guys and then check myself on the latest details. You see one article on, say, Washington slots, but I remember the previous 2 articles, and slowly over time, some of the state laws changed. So I have to remember what currently is being done. One of the things I had mentioned earlier about Nevada was that it was weekly gaming statistics, and I was kind of half right. Casinos have to meet the gaming requirements on a weekly basis, but the Gaming Commission reports monthly. So both of those are important, and that's kind of the subtleties you look at. The monthly reports, are not an average over the month; they're an average over each week. And each week has got its own average, and then you have an average of that, which is put in the monthly reports. Anyway, if you like statistics, and that's just goodness. Right. Thank you again, Kat. So was there anything else I wanted to share about the coronavirus? Anticipate for next year. We need to understand how casinos handle this year. We'll hope for the survival of the casinos. Watch your promotions. Wash your hands. Take wipes. Report back, so we can keep track. It's very much, if there are any winning strategies that we can take advantage of now, it's going to be hit or miss. It's going to be, this week is different from next week, which is different from next week. And if you are, I don't mean to give my opinion, medical or otherwise, medical, I'm happy to give my opinion on slots. If you decide that you will go to the casino, let us know. We would all be interested, state by state. You can even go to Professor Slots Enthusiasts, my slots community for like the nation or the world, and share there, or the state by state ones. But let us know. This is an evolving situation. Again, people are going to be listening to this. It's going to be on YouTube forever, until I take it down 10 years from now or whatever. So I'm not trying to talk about exactly how many cases there are today, because next week it'll be more, and it'll be, I don't want this to be anything other than helpful for a long time. People are going to be reviewing this in a year, to see what the suggestions were from the first year and go, oh, that's right. That's how my casino reacted. Maybe they'll do that again this year. Last time I didn't take full advantage. This time I will. Yeah. So let's try to document this a little bit, and we will see how things progress. Just remember, China closed down casinos for 15 days in Macau with an 88% reduction. That means that if they made 100 million, then they only made 12 million because they dropped it 88%. Huge drop for February, and that's because they were closed half the month. Right. What else do we want to talk about? Do you have any other questions? I've probably talked more on this Q&A session than I have in the past. I know I wanted to do more of that instead of just jumping from chat to chat to chat. If you have something you want to ask, I'm here for you. I should report back. I will report back that the consultations are up. Much appreciated. I'm trying to answer people's questions. If they read my book, they read my articles, and they still have questions because they have a special circumstance with, something going on in one particular state, one particular casino, and they want to ask me, what about this? What about this? What about this? I'm finding some success. Or rather, people who are having consultations are finding some success on answering those things, those details for their circumstances. That means that as that continues to improve, there's still time available every week. And when it gets full, the price will go up. Also, I added one of the people that I provided a consultation for said, I don't know how to quite feel about this. I'm trying to earn my way through my business, not asking for donations or anything like that. I might do a little something where if you do a monthly subscription, then you automatically get this in return. And maybe that's something I want to set up before the end of this year. Those who know Patreon, that's what I basically want to do. But one of the people that I consulted, and this has come up in the past, was, hey, if I win $10,000, I'd like to give you $1,000 tip. And I'm like, how would you do that? So I created a donate button under my shop page in $100 increments. I might change it to 50, where if you really feel the need to give me a tip, why should I stand in your way? So if you find yourself making a lot of money based on some of my ideas, if you want to provide a tip, I now have a way where you can do that. Not asking for it. I'm just trying to meet people's needs. Okay, a couple of questions here. Let's get to them. Catherine Ranciers. Yep. Okay. Yep. Denise. Steve. Steve says, one of my casinos gets like 6 or 8 new machines like every other week. Sure. And then change them out. What's up with this? Is it because the manufacturer are trying to promote them? Absolutely. But there's several things going on here. One of the things that the slot manufacturers try to do and the casinos support is the latest and greatest slot machine. There are players who like to play the same machine because they learn it and they played it for 10 years or 5 years and they don't like change. And there's plenty of people like that. Great. There's also people who are like, well, I want to try something new. And so the slot manufacturers work very hard on having player appeal, meeting the needs of players to try new stuff. Now, I think it's International Gaming Technology, or it's the other one, Scientific Games. Their annual financial report comes out on March 8th, which is tomorrow. And I always write an article every year for those two slot manufacturers who make casino operating systems and some other things, and you can get very clear descriptions of what they're trying to do with their business so we can learn to take advantage of them. One of them comes out tomorrow, and I will update that article as soon as I get through that. I have some trips coming up and some other things for my day job. Yes, absolutely. New ones come out. Sometimes it's new features. Sometimes it's just helping players who are just like, well, I've seen that one. I played that one. Give me a new one. And that's kind of fun because if you look at the state gaming statistics, if you have payout returns, theoretical payout returns, they will say by wager or by lifetime of the machine, that requirement has to be set. That requirement is set for the lifetime of the machine. And if you've got a slot machine in the back that's been there 5 years, that's really easy to do. But if it's only going to be there a week, then you have to say it can't drop too low, because if it's gone in a week, then they have to meet the state gaming requirements. And if so you can look at some of that and say, some states you want to, if you look at your state, some states you want to play those, and other states, if it's per wager, then they'll never go over 100%, and you don't want to play those. So there is an opportunity with those. I haven't quite written it up other than saying, this state kind of has gaming regulations that would suggest that those need to be winners, and others that suggest they don't have to be winners. And that can matter if you like to play those kinds of machines. Just want to, Jan says, just want to shout out about your book, Learning to Win. I just finished it and it was very helpful. I may have to get a consult soon. Great. You can see it over in my right side over on the desk. Thank you very much for buying that and enjoy. Let's see. Did I skip anything? Right. Mark says, in a game like $5 Wheel of Fortune, one of my favorites, just because I'm so used to it, where you have one shared large prize of, say, $1 million, how do you keep the odds the same for, say, a 15 bet or a $10 bet? The thing you want to watch for that might make the odds different for 5 or 10 or 15, check the pay table for any mention of being able to spin big wheel only on max bet. All right. There should, whether or not so if a $5 bet is 1 credit and a $10 bet is 2 credits and a $15 bet is 3 credits, then a lot of those machines will say you only get to spin if you bet the $15 because you're betting maximum credits. But if you've got 3 slot machines side by side where max bet is $5 on one, max bet is $10 on the next, max bet is $15 on the next, given its max credit and denomination combinations, then as long as you are betting max bet, max credits, then you are got the best odds. If there's a bonus round, and you can check to see, sometimes Wheel of Fortune will allow you to have a spin on the wheel, even if it's not maximum credits. So read the pay table and see if it says you only get the spin on maximum on maximum pay lines or maximum credits. Really the same thing. If it says on any credit bet you can spin the wheel, then slot manufacturers work very hard to make it the same odds on each. All right. Let's see what else. Sharon Ford, hello. Right back at you. Live in Alabama, but play slots mostly in Biloxi, Missouri. Great. The coastal region. So you said coastal area, so you understand that is a region for which there are odds set aside at the state gaming board. And while you don't have it casino by casino, you have, I think it's 3, maybe 4 regions in the state. One of them being coastal. I think it's 3. And so I hope that you're taking advantage. I believe Mississippi has, again, it's just my memory, Alabama, I believe there might be by denomination. So you might be able to choose anyway, there's an article on the Wendover article that I have about how to take advantage of state gaming statistics that include slot machine denominations, and you can apply that to any other state that shows denominations. I hope that's all clear to you. It's mentioned in my book, and I have some articles on it. Any questions, just let me know. Hanging with Linda. Hello, Hanging with Linda. I was watching your video earlier today. Everybody, this is Linda. She has a Slots channel, also on YouTube. We've had 2 celebrities today with us. Awesome. I'm less nervous than I was last time. Jan, can you ask a casino employee where the new machines are? Yes. Or kind of keep track yourself. They won't be able to tell you how long they'll be there because it depends on what happens when people play them. I talk to slot attendants all the time about where's this, where's that, because sometimes I'll find the state gaming requirements say there's I did this in Harris, North Kansas City. I said, you have 4 slot machines that have a 98% return, and I'm because I'd seen that, and they found it for me, showed me where it was, and quarter machines, I think they were. Turned out they were roulette machines, just a circle of 4 of them, a carousel of 4 of them, so they'll take you right to it. They're a great resource. Got to be careful. I mentioned this last time. I probably don't want to beat a dead horse, but they will tell you facts. Listen to the facts. They will tell you their opinion. Consider their opinion. Don't take it for a fact. You get 2 different things. Getting close to the end here, Hanging with Linda. You're doing good. I will have to watch this replay for what I missed. Thanks for watching your video. Awesome. I will try to be as gracious. Working on it. Okay, so I wish everybody health through this time. Hi, Carrie. I wish everybody health through this emergency. A lot can happen in a week. I'll be back in a week from now. We'll chat a little bit about the coronavirus then, and I'll have another topic to go over. We'll see how disruptive this gets to be casinos. It may be more of a session on coronavirus than I think. It depends on how it goes. But in the meantime, join one of my Facebook slots communities at Professor Slots. Go there directly. Don't even stop by my website, professorslots.com/FB, and then the 2-letter designation for the state, and report back. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Denise. And T-Roy Slot student, you're welcome. And Jan, you're welcome as well. Bye, Larry. Have a good day, everybody. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices, and wash your hands. Bye. Hello, everyone. I hope everybody's having an okay day. Hello, Slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. This Q&A session is every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here at John Friedel, Professor Slots YouTube channel. If you are here live, it's great to have you here as well. I love hanging out with you guys and talking about slots-related topics. So if you would ring out if you have good sound and good video. I think I'm getting better. I know I am getting better at this. So, hi, Denise. Always good to see you. Lives in Texas, plays in Oklahoma. Lois and Dave, excellent. My dad there yet? Hey, Steve. Be sure to say hello. Tell us your state so that I'm beginning to know all your names and all your locations and all your tags on Facebook, all your alternate names, and I'll try to keep up with that as best I can. But in the meantime, say hello. Thanks, Steve. Say hello. Tell us what state you're in, and we will get started. Right. So, what a long week it's been. Last week we talked about the coronavirus, and it seemed as though it was a bit early. It seems like we're in the thick of it now, or maybe next weekend will be the thick of it. Just last night, Friday, at midnight, things got turned on, national emergencies yesterday. So for those of you who are in the future, the far future, even tomorrow, much less years from now, we are going through the coronavirus pandemic, and it's really only just getting started. Within the last 24 hours, looks like some states have been begun to assign, put out prohibitions on meeting more than 100 people. That's what's going on in Ohio. I don't entirely know every state. It's just so hard to keep up. But I do happen to know my own grocery store is a little bit bare for some reason, especially the toilet paper. It's like a joke on Facebook. In any case, I wanted to get together with you guys and just briefly talk about what a crazy week it's been. And to also let you know plenty of other things. So let's just sort of jump into this. Hi, Jan. So the point of what I'm trying to do with this particular Q&A session is check in with you guys to see if you're okay. I hope that you're healthy. There's not much I can do about that. But a lot of people are not going to casinos. We're right on the cusp of, is it a good time to go, or is it has it become, because casinos are still even still open, or is it a bad time to go because casinos might be closed or soon, and they might still be struggling to make some money? So Belterra Park in Cincinnati, just outside the actual town, on the Ohio River, they have a racetrack and slot machines. Again, in Ohio, they have closed as of this morning. I believe it was actually midnight last night, or is it? Yeah, I think it's midnight last night. And that's because the governor of Ohio said no more groups of people of 100 or more. So the governor didn't tell the casino to close. The casino said, putting all the lights, basically, you can sort of figure this out. Basically, all those lights on and all those people working for only 100 people at any one time in the casino. And how do we even enforce that? They closed. I would say to save money. Now, so you may be there. You may not ever get there. I suspect there's going to be quite a bit of this. But let's keep things kind of hopeful. Please, but before I move, I don't know that would ever actually get past the coronavirus discussion this time, which is fine. But I do want to talk about some other things because the point I want to make with this particular Q&A session is, we talked over the coronavirus last time, and let's talk about, get updated as we said we would last time, see how things are going, because it's just every day something new. But this one is for where's the advantage, right? If you cannot go to a casino now or soon, I suppose, join us online. That's what I want to say. Every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, come online. No big crowds necessary. It's just all virtual. So, keep your casino slots hobby attention going by being online. So welcome everybody. Now, one of the things I've learned to try to help everybody who's already here, if you would subscribe to this channel, if you would like this video, we will actually in the next few minutes draw in quite a few people as YouTube notices that and sees that, and we'll get something of a crowd coming in. And hopefully it's good for you because they sometimes have really good, besides the regulars, we have some pretty good questions coming from everybody, and they talk about places that we haven't been. And it's always good to hear about these things. So if you would like and subscribe anytime in the video, it'll make all videos sort of be more prominent and be more available with people, and the next time we'll grow. But if you do it right now, the way that YouTube works, it'll draw people in as for the next hour, next 55 minutes, it'll draw people in. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about there. And if you have questions, please let me know. Just check your local news, keep up with what's going on in your area with your casino, and just sort of to stay on that topic a bit longer. Last time we talked about the advantage as casinos struggled, but was still trying to pull in crowds, and some places have closed, and some people have gotten more concerned about staying home and self-quarantine, I guess you would call it. I'm not sure it's entirely quarantine so much as staying away from groups of 100 people or more or less. But they would, these are people who aren't sick. This is just people who say, well, I'll stay away from the big crowds. And casinos are opposing that point of view. We're opposing that view. We'll legally try to oppose that view because their only route forward to kind of get through this. This is going to be a terrible financial year for all the casinos. We don't know yet how many days some might be closed, or in China and Macau it was 15 days out, and then they lost 80. They had 12% income for February versus 100% the year before. So no matter what, that's going to make it a terrible year. But it could be worse if casinos don't do everything they can to try to have some income. And so it was interesting to see how some casinos handled this by just having a flood of mail flyers. It takes a couple of days to get those together, and then get them out. It takes a day to deliver them, and days count. So we saw this big flood that was probably put in the mail or sent to the printer, 3-5 days before that. With all these rapid changes, a week and a half ago, Thursday, they ordered these. They sent them out maybe 3 days later, maybe Saturday, got them in the mail so people would start receiving them on Monday. And that was what we saw when everybody reported back on the Facebook groups I have for each state. Kind of a lot of people were getting mail flyers, but at what point, so think about it. 3 days ago, they would be sending out ordering more mail flyers because they saw how well this was working, and put them in the mail today, get them Monday. So what you're going to get on Monday. If you see anything by that and you say, well, that's not very responsible, or they might even come out, you get them in the mail and you might say, but you're closed. How could you not know that? It's because there's like a 3-day delay. They might even send out an email saying, that's instant, that they're closed, and you might have a mail flyer to look at what the heck, I could go. I got this yesterday, even today. So just, be considerate that there's a longer delay in mail flyers than there is by an instant email. And with all the changes taking place, you may get those notifications. So I guess you could check their website. That's another quick way to get the information. You have a mail flyer and you want to know if the casino's open, go to the website. They should post something, large across the screen if they're not open. And that's just, for your convenience. If you feel you want to go, that's up to you. You do what you think is best for you and your family and the community. No judgment. Well, I haven't heard anything that I want to judge just yet. Okay, so I had an interesting trip to Pennsylvania, and while I have reviewed the Rivers, one of like 3 casinos in a chain in different states. I think one of them is actually called Sugar House, and there's another one in Chicago, or Illinois rather, Rivers. And this one in Pittsburgh, they have the same Players Club program. I reviewed that my last trip to that area for my day job, June, I think it was last year, Rivers in Pittsburgh. And I didn't go there again because all this is going on, and besides which I had only reviewed it a year ago. But it was, I was thinking about going to Meadowlands. It's a little further away, but, running over there in the evening. But again, with the situation, I thought better not, and best not. And, but I have a 5-hour drive. I have a 5-hour drive there and a 5-hour drive back. And I might spend most of that time thinking about the business. And I wanted to let you know of a few things. So as you may have noticed, I'm getting better. As you probably noticed, 2 years ago, I got better from my first podcast episode to my second podcast episode. It was so much more improved. And you can expect that sort of thing. And that sort of thing has happened. But you're going to start seeing some more growth. not just people. As more people show up, it's great to see 16 people here right now. Hello. And I appreciate all the likes very much. So that's part of the reason why we have the 16 people. So, like and subscribe, and we will, YouTube will push more people towards us. And that's what we're looking to do here. If you can't, and as I mentioned earlier to everybody who's here now, if you don't feel comfortable going to the casino, if your casino happens to be closed, as they're starting to do here in Ohio, come online, we'll crowd together online and talk about our, favorite hobby, playing slots and some stuff to do with that. But everybody has been very supportive of my starting this. Well, eventually will be a business. I haven't tried to make much money. As I've mentioned to people's shock before, 70% of what $16 book on Amazon, 70% is taken by Amazon. So I'm not making, when I say I'm not making money, I'm saying I'm not making money for a couple of years now, because I'm trying to help. And one of the things I'm going to do is move to having paid products. And these are meant to be things that you probably wish you had a year ago. And so I'm trying to put this stuff together. Yeah. Great, everybody. Tell us which casinos. We probably know the names, like Philadelphia Harrah's is closed. Share what casinos are closed, because we have plenty of people who are very interested in knowing if a state's casino has or has not closed. So please continue, share. P-Ball makes an excellent point. I know brick and mortar casinos. I know about traffic flow. I know about their number of people being, physically handling money and handing out cash. And I know that a casino has business practices that involve people and parking lot spaces and all these physical portions of the casino, how long it takes to get a jackpot paid. And none of those things are on online casinos. And other people have been asking me, so what do you think the long-term effect is going to be? And I think it won't be a lot of people go to online casinos, because have you ever played golf? And then have you ever played a golf game? People get in trouble thinking it's the same thing. So going to a casino, it includes food. It includes persuasion. It includes, people meeting and learning from one another. It includes so many things that are just not available on online slots. So, thanks, Mark. There's so many things that, we can take advantage of in a brick and mortar casino. So I hope that this doesn't drive people to online casinos. I don't care for them. It's all cleaned up, and, life is in the mess, if that makes sense. That's where the advantages are. So, and things like protections, even a lot of states are prohibited from going to those websites. I'm not quite sure. It must be the state that's doing that, but it's not so obvious. And so I don't think we're going to see a lot of people pushing towards online casinos. On the other hand, how do we know? The U.S. the state gaming regulations are pretty light. And how do we even know that had happened? Because there's no return statistics. There's none of that. Everybody, tell us which ones. Seminole Brighton in Florida, just 2 hours south of Orlando, is open for now. Yeah. I'll check again. We'll check again next week. And because I've turned off, I've tried to give you some privacy, and we have live chat for those who are not with us live, those later in the podcast, who will hear this in the podcast later, and who will hear some of the time with the video on YouTube. You can't see the live chat. I've turned that off. So guys, those of you that here are talking, you're protected. It's private. I might say something like, "Oh, Valley Forge closed." Thanks, Mark. But if you want to tell us what you know now, I will mention a few of them, but everybody else can see it who's live, and I'll mention a few of them so that we get the word out. But next week, I'll ask you the same. I'll say, are your casinos closed? I'm not sure if that would be the best thing, or in a week, ask you if the casino was open, and then everybody will be silent. But in any case, I'm wondering what the long-term responses will be to this whole thing, and I don't see too much that would happen. We might have a turn towards online casinos if more states had access to it. It's not the same experience, so I doubt it'll go. You might get people who who are actually staying home a lot and not going out, getting online. So you might get some people to try online casinos who just otherwise would be out and about. So it might go up, but I don't think it's so hard to pull somebody from what they like to something they just haven't done. Like a lot of the thoughts going through my head today are having to do with having a business, casinos having business, states having business, my grocery store, but also my business. And it's interesting, when I work with somebody on Twitter and I work with somebody on Facebook, and I say, well, it'd be so much easier if you came over to the Facebook groups on Twitter or on Facebook from Twitter. And they're like, no, I'm a Twitter person. So getting people to move something that fundamental from going to a brick and mortar casino to online slots, I just don't see that as being at all easy. But you might get more people on online slots because they're going to start up doing something. In any case, take this opportunity. I would hope you take this opportunity to watch more on YouTube. Maybe read more of my articles or whose ever articles. There may be somebody out there, like a nice compliment I got from somebody. If you play cards, you probably heard of Wizard of Odds. He's the guy that does the math on all the games, including the new games, and you can find a lot of good information on his website for many years about many different card games to understand what the odds are between different hands, which you would need to know if you're going to play cards, so you understand when you have the best odds and which one you should play for perfect play. That's table game stuff that we don't talk about here too much because that's lots. And somebody who is like you, who have looked everywhere, Googled everywhere, perhaps far more than me. I wasn't interested in. All right, thank you, Carrie. I'm trying to build my own business. I'm not trying to, it's too strong a word to say steal from other people, but I don't really see a lot of competitors. And, when, this is going to sound arrogant, I'm sorry, but when you're the leader, you don't always spend a lot of time looking back. So, you look online, but I've got 75 articles. If you're interested in, every state, that's another 52. So that's 127. And some reviews, some history, some, various things. I am going to put in my main website because a lot of people are kind of new here. And that's the, what happened was I, got this call from conversations and consultations and all the things that I'm doing now that'll quickly be expanding. They were on Facebook, on, Minnesota Slots Community, Facebook, professorslots.com/FB, MN is the shortcut I've made to make it all very short and easy to explain. It'll take you right to Facebook. And they were like, so you do anything else? And I'm like, yeah, I do the other states. And they're like, oh, well, I only need Minnesota. I said, well, there's the Facebook or there's the website. And they're like, there's a website? Yeah, there's a bunch of articles there. And then there's the podcast. Do you have a podcast? Yeah. And I go Saturdays, I go live at 2 p.m. And he's like, what? So, some people, while, I can't get people to go from Twitter to Facebook and, try to, they just like what they like. That's actually why I put all this together. Book on Amazon. Some people only look for the book on Amazon. Some people only look for the audio book on Amazon, which is why I got to finish it soon. And, well, not soon, another month at least. It's 30 hours. I think I'm down to like 25 at this point. So, we can't go to casinos, or we are about to not be able to go to casinos, or it's not wise to go to casinos, or any one of those and more. I got a bunch of stuff on my website, professorslots.com. Feel free to visit. And then if you like to listen to the podcast, all those articles have podcast versions. The last 12 episodes or so have been, I've basically put in the live audio, and then put in some other stuff at the beginning, at the end, that wasn't live. And LSU, you are in Louisiana, so you are talking about Louisiana State University, okay? I always get confused by LA for Louisiana or LA for Los Angeles. LSU students cancels classes for spring semester, except starting March 30th as online classes. Yeah, these details share with everybody. I've been doing my own looking around for Ohio universities. Sometimes I'm adjunct at the University of Cincinnati, but not this time of year, and more of a fall thing. All right, Doug. We missed you, Doug. We told you, Doug just joined, and Doug, we talked about miracles and how to win 100% of the time. No, wait, it didn't happen. Sorry, Doug. Welcome. Okay, so don't want to start teasing people too badly. So I look around at that, and I say, okay, classes are canceled. Can they live in the dorms? These little details about universities, because I've had so many students and been a student for so long myself. I just wonder, because, there's been times in my life going to school, living on campus or just off campus, going, okay, so you want me to leave the town? What? Okay. I worry about the youngsters. Okay. Hi, John. Hi, Carrie. Kansas City Star. Yep. Excellent. So one of the things I wanted to move to, and I think I'm going to try to move away from coronavirus pandemic, and I'm sure I'll get drawn back by another thought or another comment, but I'm going to edge away a couple of times here as we go through this. And one of the things I wanted to tell you about is how exciting my business is getting. All right, I'm going to be providing more and more stuff for you guys, because I've found, a little bit of consulting that I've been able to do in the last month, which is like record income for me. Doesn't quite meet my bills for the month, but then I haven't met my bills for the month for 2-3 years. But it was a big jump, and might even have the extra cheese on the sandwich next week for lunch. But it's far more than, being able to fill my tank more easily. Far more than that, it's been very encouraging. And I've got a fire lit under me. Hopefully it's not a fever. See, I got jokes. I'm sorry. So I'm pretty excited about some of the stuff that I've been wanting to do. So the basic idea here is that in December, for 2 years, I grew my email list. And in November last year, I said to myself, if I can get to 2,000 email subscribers, if I cannot get to 2,000 email subscribers, I won't have a business. And then I'll try something else, I guess, whatever. But I did. I saw in November that I would be hitting 2,000 email subscribers after building up everything from scratch for a little while, for a couple of years. That in mid-January, I'd hit 2,000. And I thought, and in November, I'm like, oh, it's working. I mean, I don't know that I will have a business at 2,000 email subscribers, But if I can't get to it, I won't. And if I can get to it, I might. So what was I going to do these last couple of years once I got to 2,000 email subscribers? Oh, that's right. I was going to turn on revenue streams. I was going to start offering things that you want me to give you. Up to then, I had the book, and I had a few other things that I could offer, but I encourage people not to do it, like the ProfessorSlots.com, and I'll put this in as well. I'm not trying to advertise to you. I'm just trying to make you aware that if you start seeing me talking about offering things for money, it should not be a surprise for you. That's one of the warnings that I heard from the books that I read, that if you don't tell people well in advance that it's coming, something is coming, then when it does come, you have to go through this hard transition of, but I thought everything you did was free. And up till now, everything has been free, but that's not the long term. Thanks, Greener Pastures. I have not heard from it's not Horseshoe anymore, so it's not Caesars. I think they're owned by Hard Rock now in Cincinnati, but I haven't been by most recently to see if the signs have gone up. It was a Jack from the Detroit guy, but I haven't heard it. They haven't sent me an email that that might be it. They've been switching owners so quickly that I might not be a member of the Royalty Club at the moment. I didn't check the website. Anyway, I'm sure you're all thinking that as well. What casinos you might not be open, and are you on their Players Club to even be on the email list? Anyway, I've been very encouraged lately by a few sales and the help that I've provided them, and I realized there is, what's my approach? Again, this is not about me. This is about you. What is my approach to really lay down the process of how to win? I don't not share anything. This is how this works. I've got 81, tomorrow will be 82 podcast episodes, each one, an hour long, maybe more. Feel free to listen to 80 hours and take a lot of notes and figure out how to win from that. Go to it. It's all there. But I haven't answered your questions, so that's consulting. Your special circumstances, I've tried to, if I knew what they were, I would, but I don't. So I'm just trying to be, in general, answering questions. But that's not even the main thing I want to do. That's what I offer now. But the main thing is consultations. But the thing I want to do now and get ready for is an online course where I just lay it all down. It's not exactly an online course. It's going to be something where week by week, and I haven't decided whether or not it's just going to be say everything succinctly in a recording and then talk with you, or if it's going to be say everything in a recording and don't talk with you. But I want to lay it all out for you and follow up with you, and that product, it will take all the free stuff, and people don't do a lot with free stuff. This is what I'm learning, and sell it to you. And it should get you, people, that was a great thing. Can I use that? That's awesome. I am trying to get monetized, People says, so I can help you get monetized. Good Lord, I got to write that one down. That was just too good. Thank you, people. Sorry, no discount. But all right. So one of the biggest parts of all this, of course, is the marketing and just working through it. So I've got. I had to decide and how to get you monetized. Was which approach do I take? Because there's so much of this, hey, for a free something that I don't share anywhere else, there would be a Patreon step where you would pay $5 a month or something. And then I would have to if I did that, I would have to not make that free. and I really want to make this stuff free. I'm just like, it kind of conflicts with the way that I want to run the business. And then there's memberships, there's subscriptions, there's, of other types like that. There's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I was thinking about writing a book, a state-by-state book, like my state-by-state articles, but I see, a limited number of people going to each one. If I write something that matters to every state, then it's 56, 57 times larger, 50 times larger, the people who look at it, because you might own, the people in Kansas might be interested in Kansas. It's roughly 50, times smaller than all the others. And so I just don't see people wanting to buy a book where they only read one chapter, the chapter on their state. So I look at this stuff and I say, I don't know that I'm helping enough by doing that. And at the middle of January this year, only 2 months ago, I put together the list of the 10 different things I wanted to do. And I was telling myself, okay, one per month. And by in a year, I'll have all these little things for you. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. Some of it, yes, the consultations, put that together first, basically, for a month, middle of January, middle of February, figured out all the things I wanted to do. From the middle of February to the middle of March, I got the consulting, rocking pretty good. And I looked at that and I said, it's going to just exhaust me, and I'm not going to be able to make you more stuff if I'm busy doing the stuff I already offer. I realize I'm going on too long here. I want to do everything. I always want to do everything. Every degree that would help. That's my go-to method. So here I am going to focus. I am not going to be doing 10 things. I'm going to be getting the audiobook out, because once it's out, like the book was, and finish those things, those little projects, have consultations, but it wouldn't be necessarily, saying, okay, read the book, then come to the consultation, or just come to the consultation and I'll explain everything from scratch. I want to be able to give you a 6-week course and just put it all out there, this, and, follow up with individuals who want me to help them go from there. And, oh, yeah. See, you may say that what I'm explaining here is, and you have to sort of know the YouTube ecosystem. There's a lot of the slots people out there who are getting what's called strikes against them, and it won't get less. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's all temporary, more or less. What are you doing showing other people's property? Casino's private property. If you have an agreement with the casino, then you can show their stuff. But they rent slot machines, and that's not their stuff. And so these videos are of slot machines. They don't have an agreement with the slot machine manufacturer to show on YouTube. And yeah, sure, nobody cares until somebody cares. And yeah, I am trying to do a business which isn't short term. I don't want things to go badly for those people. I want them to go well. I don't have a solution. It's a tough spot. They're showing stuff that's copyright protected, and that means copyright infringement is in their future. I don't wish bad for them, but it's obvious. And well, it wasn't what I wanted to do, but it was also something I saw that I wouldn't even try to do. So, last person standing. It's already starting. But they could have a good run for 10 years. It's already been 3, right? Maybe might be fine. How long will it take me to do an online course? It will take me a while. to do an online course because I want it to, 8 weeks of effort. I want it to be fine. What I am going to do, the plan that I figured out my long drive to and from Pennsylvania, it wasn't just the books I was reading, audiobooks I was listening to at the time, but all the 15, 30, 40 books I read before that, they all started making sense, which is kind of how I am for me. I sat there in a casino winning money on one day, losing money the next day. And I just, when I got started with this or I came back to it after 10 years, from 2004 to 2014, and it took a fire hose, for me to go, hang on, after I've been fed with the fire hose for quite some time, I started figuring it out. So I've read a lot of audiobooks about how to have a business, how to give you what you need, make you a satisfied customer, give you exactly what you need and make you satisfied with that. And because it's what you want. And now it's all pretty clear, just like it was with winning at slots. Once I was submerged in it for quite a while. So I will be offering an online course. It is not ready. When it is ready, and I'll just put my spare time into it, much of my spare time into it. And then the first one I won't sell. The first time I offer it, it will be free, but it will be a limited number of people. So when I roll that out, we'll have some way, and it won't be a lot of people, but I'll bring it up later, and we will, if you're interested, the idea here is I'm going to get as much from it as you are. I'm going to fix it based on your evaluation of that free course. And that is what I'm working to get together. After I have that, it'll always be slightly improved, particularly as the times change from year to year, month to month. And, we see new technology or somebody starts doing something and we'll update that. But the plan is for it to be a 6-week course. Basically, 6-week course. And rather than, these are all these just details and no reason to get into them. Things like whether or not I'll show you a video or just or do something else, whatever actually works out based on the response from the first. It's called a beta group, and when that's ready, I'll let you know, and that'll be a main thing for me. Okay, I'm going to flip through the chat. It's wonderful to see all this chat. If you've not been here for long, please, indicate. In the last, 40 minutes, I've asked for people to put in their state. And I've also asked people to put in what casinos they know of in their state or the states that they visit have closed. So be interested. I think we're all interested in that. And I think next time, a week from now, we will see what else is going on. And again, this is only for you. Unless I speak it and it comes out of my mouth, nobody can see this live chat because it's only in the live session and it isn't available afterwards. I turned that feature off. So if you, and those of you who are currently listening later on the podcast, those of you who are watching the video later on YouTube, the live session has a little something extra for you. So feel free to jump in next time. So, and thank you for, it's evident that everybody has, helped pull more people in by their likes and their subscribes. So thank you for that. Wise Virgin Richard says Philadelphia hair is closed down. I don't know for how long. People also, Pedro from Louisiana, schools out, sporting events canceled. Yep, you must be in local sporting events. I think a lot of the national stuff is gone. But casinos still open for slots. All right. That's the ones here would be, but they chose not to. I think they made a financial decision. Okay. Let's see. Boband, Utah. Pedro, online stocks like Teladoc something something. Has sure. Yes, it's not online stocks. There's our companies that have ability to have online meetings, and Skype for business and other things that I use several times a day at my day job. And he says online gaming should try to take advantage and promote and legalize these companies and get online gaming legalized. Then they'd be great during pandemics. I might have to look into being great when there isn't a pandemic for long-term growth. Denise, WinStar has closed special events. That's an interesting feature, but the casino has not closed. So that way they've gotten rid of the many people that would be together in a dinner or dance or something, but you can still be spaced. That's interesting. I was watching one of the things on the news, one of the live events, and they talked about the reporters need to sit a little further apart, maybe an empty seat between them. Casinos are actually spread out pretty far. It's not like you're in a theater where you're touching elbows, maybe. And what if casinos were take out every other chair? I mean, they don't have a lot of storage space in casinos. They want to make it so you put a slot machine there. But it would be interesting if they took out every other chair. I don't know how practical it would be, though. Let's see. Casino holds at capacity 25,000 people. Don't understand just closing concerts. It's the requirement that, like, for instance, Ohio said no more than 100 people. And I don't even know if I can go to work on Monday. I'm in a small building in the main area. Is Terry on? Terry, are you on? The main building, I don't go to the main plant very often, and they have those large numbers, but not where I work. So I have to see if I check the emails before I go to work on Monday. So just closing the concerts, if the state came out with a rule or the corporation came out with a rule that you can't have it more than 100 people per section, or then it might be legal. Thanks, Mark. Brighton open for now. Yep, thank you, Lois and Dave. LSU students classes closed. Yeah, we talked about that. Doug, good. Carrie, hello. Pedro, March Madness. Now that's going to get people riled up. March Madness. Are we going to have one? I don't believe we are. Yep. Yeah, the games are canceled for March Madness. How about that? Interesting times that we live in. We talk a lot about sports figures making a lot of money, right? But only the stars make a lot of money. I mean, it's probably a lot of money to not be a star relative to the way I live my life. But those people who are paid big bucks, that comes from advertising. That comes from ticket sales. That comes from, people showing up at games. I think those athletes, all those athletes are carefully looking at the fine print of their contracts. Looking, get a digital version and scan pandemic, scan for the word pandemic and see how much they get paid then. Otherwise, it's just coming out of the coffers. It's just coming out of the saved money from the sports organizations and owners and other places. We've talked about that with regards to casinos. Casinos, how much money do they have saved away to keep the lights on when no one's there? 1 week? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Yeah. And then we have, then we wonder, will people forget, but I'm going to make another joke. If people forget about slots after a couple of weeks, nah. But if people forget about slots for a couple of weeks, or some significant fraction of them, when they open, will it not be a strong experience? Or, I think more likely, it's just going to be a rush. Everybody's going to want to go back in quick. Unless, the pandemic is slow to turn around. in which case it might get a little bit a trickle back and a trickle back. Stock market bounced back really fast, right? Or at least kind of did. Don't know if it's bounced back fully. Right. Pedro. that emoticon, is that little dollar signs in the eye? Wow. Oh. Must be on an Android. No, I'm picking fights. People, Richard, many YouTube monetized slots channels are getting strikes. We talked about that. Yeah, that's right. So Richard and I think it's Chris, Greener Pastures, are talking about how monetized slot channels, and it can just be advertising, whatever, are getting strikes. And Chris asked for what, and Richard said there's no explanation. There are the usual explanations. First off, if you have a channel, you get informed. Not everybody gets informed. You get informed. And sometimes outsiders who don't own that channel can tell something happened, but it's a little hard to tell, well, why. There is no explanation. The only people that get the explanation, are people who own the channel. And if they don't share, then you don't know. But their strikes are only given for certain reasons. Now, I talked about advertising, copyright infringement, either music or visual. I talked about that, but recently there's been, it doesn't really apply to us, but there's details there, which is if you present to children, then you, and your topic is inappropriate according to the new rules for children. And I don't think anybody's doing this. I don't think anybody's doing this deliberately. I think some people just sort of miss the whole thing. I don't do anything about kids. I don't have to do anything to make sure, I'm good to go. It's nothing to do with me. Never has been, etc. But you actually need to tell YouTube that you don't do that. And if you miss that step, hi, Dad. If you miss that step on, telling people that that's in fact you don't do that, and if you ignore that, then you could have a blip. So there's a few things about the rules of YouTube that I try to keep forward. Now, Dave, probably Dave, just told me my dad is now watching. Dad, Dave just told me that you showed up. That's how I know that you're there. I don't see you. Dave put a little chat thing into the message. So it's over there on the side. I'm going to circle it with my mouse. Actually, I don't think I can do that. In any case, my father has been teased by my father's friend about how do I just know he shows up? And Dave's doing it to you, Dad. Okay, Richard, ever since YouTube started cracking down. See, right there, non-child content. Yep, guessed it right. Chris, many YouTubers are going to Brighton, Dave, Dive, D-Live, etc. Yeah. There's some other places you can go for YouTube and I don't tell you all about the intricacies of Facebook. We're live on Facebook right now. Yeah, you can do a couple at the same time. Don't try to do Twitch and some of the others. I don't mean to go on about the technology and how to have a business, but yeah, there's some others. Doug, Missouri. Yeah. Wait, Missouri. Show me state? Dean. Hey, welcome, Dean. So Las Vegas businesses are very nervous. Yeah, I've seen some, there's a lot of misinformation out there. I saw something on Twitter. They showed downtown and it was pretty dim. Can you imagine the Strip dim? And somebody was like, well, it's all closed. And it was such misinformation. It was just trying to get hits or retweets or something. And people were in the casinos, showing people from the inside the casino. So, well, there's not a lot of people here, but there's people here. So, just be aware of shock value, untrue information. if you hear it from the website, if you hear it from the state, if you hear it on maybe local news, they might verify things. But if you hear it from a tweet somebody had, yeah. I'm getting directly sent a few odd requests that I have had to respond by saying, this is not the zombie apocalypse. I am not bringing my weapons anywhere like that. I'm not even going to be joining a lot of crowds as much as you want me to do that. So... And the worst thing about that, of course, is family. Carrie, I need to go back to reading your book again. My winnings at Kansas City Star in Wichita this year have not been good. One of the things that can happen, that's Kansas City Star Tribal Casino, I think, business practices change. I've talked about here about... See, there's this group is interesting. Mostly, you're interested in trying to better understand what you've been doing, right? There are another group, and it may be far larger, but I'm not pulling them in, which is like, just tell me how to win. Come on, just tell me how to win. Why are you talking? Just tell me how to win. And I'm not really suited for that kind of audience, but if I can help them, I should figure out a way to speak to them. Instead of just logic and convincing or something. And I want to try to do that. You can, over time, a casino will change. And if you, and it's really hard. It's really hard to figure out the new way. I go to casino after casino after casino doing reviews and figuring out what they're doing. And I found more and more of these casino business practices that would happen at only one of those places. And that's how I've gotten better. And if you, and I had a real struggle because that first casino I was winning at on 2 slot machines. Why would I ever go anywhere else when I knew I could win there? Right. And so that's more of the boat that you guys are in. Right. I'm trying to build a business. I'm trying to learn, trying to deliberately not win a little there so I can learn more and give it to you free. Something's wrong with that logic. But anyway, and I'll do that for a few years. And so, but if you find something, you stick with it for a year or 6 months. And then it changes and maybe, and you don't have the practice that I've been maintaining. So, reread the book, look at everything again, reassess, particularly if it's, and you, sometimes when the casino has been purchased. You just go, well, it's different owners now. They may be doing something else. You got to figure it out again. So that, I think, I'll always be valuable because everything will be changing. It might be a new technology or something. But even so, the businesses will say, do an analysis and maybe have a new manager. It's hard to tell what drives the changes. They want to just do better. So, reorg, new hierarchy, whatever. Read the book again, reevaluate Kansas City Star, see what's new. This could be as simple as a renovation from a non-central server controlling the slots to having a central server. But we're kind of through that. The only ones that almost the only ones that don't have that are the, as I mentioned, the riverboats where they can't put cables underneath because it's water, it's a hull. Okay, Pablo, if there was a way for you to profile the casino as we are at now, while we are there at the time, maybe hidden cameras. Let's see, maybe is there a way for you to profile the casino we are at now? Yes, I do that with the consulting group. Yeah, and it's not that hard. It's not that hard. And yeah, it's not really a hidden camera so much as a phone with a camera, and you're kind of talking to people by pushing the button, and you're kind of doing that, or whatever they feel comfortable doing. No reason for it to be hidden if they hide what they're doing. And the earbud, and so it doesn't even have to be live. Send me the pictures and I'll tell them what to take pictures of, and general areas and entrances and other stuff, and just tell them look for that, and I'll review it and, send it back with things circled. Take advantage of my ability to read a casino. Now it's not as perfect as my being there, because I can hear, right? I can hear kind of what's going on over there, and I can sort of maybe see things that jump out at me. But as far as my not having to get in a plane, that's pretty good. Do a lot more of that. Yeah. I haven't actually sat down. Now, see, I was going away from that. I was like, it's just really simple to do this, and, I'll do my thing, and then da-da-da-da. And you're just like, well, if you've got the special equipment from Q and, turn me into a James Bondish. I don't know how much I like Bondish comment there. But yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on. Aloha. Is it ni or nai? I'm not entirely sure. Vowels always gave me a problem. I'm sorry to take away your joy, Dave and Lois, how my father is mystified by knowing that he is looking at the TV and you are in control of the iPad. How did I know you had an iPad? Chris, do you plan to be on Twitter? Yeah. Hey, Dave and Lois, tease my father too hard, and I will tease you. Okay. Chris, do you plan to be on Twitter? I am on Twitter at Professor Slots. So twitter.com/Professor Slots. I just don't get a lot of use out of my channel. I've got, what am I at? 13,000 followers on Twitter, and they just don't seem to be active. I'm sure it is not them. I am sure it is me. I had a little problem with 120 characters for the first little bit there, and then I went up to 140 or 240, and I could actually say something. I try to put my podcast up there. It's just meant to be personal. If I were to, be at a casino and I wanted to let the locals know that I was at that casino, I might post on Twitter. But on the other hand, I kind of have to walk through the casino to evaluate it without a crowd because the crowd sort of gets in the way of being able to hear and see and think. So I just haven't found a lot of good use out of Twitter. But I am there, and I got a crowd. So feel free to connect to me if that's the way you like to connect. I check it fairly easily. I get a ping on my phone and all that, so it's not too bad. Okay, thank you for subscribing to my account on Twitter, Chris. Carrie, just to clarify, it's Kansas City Star casing in Wichita, Kansas, not Kansas City Star. Oh, I'm so sorry. Kansas City casing in Wichita, not Kansas City Star in Kansas City. Thank you. Sorry. Appreciate that. Chris, create polls in Twitter to engage followers. Yeah, it's a whole thing. You might have noticed how engaged I've managed to be on Facebook. I'm not sure that I actually have followers on Twitter. I'm sure 13,000 followers, but for the longest time I was following everybody who was following, a casino on Las Vegas Strip. All the casinos on Las Vegas Strip. I'd follow them, they'd follow me back. And I began to realize later that it was just people doing what I was doing. How many of those 13,000 whatever people actually are interested in learning more about slots? From what I've been able to tell, that can be tough. And now I have somebody saying, "Hi, John. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. It's much appreciated. Kelly, Clio, Michigan." Clio, Michigan is the town I grew up in. If you want to head on down to the University of Michigan Flint, you will see a picture of me without any gray hair, a lot more hair, including on my top lip. And the first floor of the Murchie Science Building, and there is a Foucault pendulum in a display behind plastic sheets. It's probably still there. That came from 24 years ago. Should still be there. It's an engineering display. It was my senior project as a physicist. It demonstrates the Earth's rotation. It would be swing one way when people walk from the parking lot to their classes and the rest of the campus, and it would swing another way when they came back, only it didn't. The building rotated underneath of it because the Earth turned. And I was on the evening news for that. Yeah. And I have all kinds of fun stories. That was interesting. Right. So polls. I'll remember that, Chris. Reverend Rogers, please put your mic to your mouth. Thank you. I have some interesting things going on with the mic to get that sorted. If I make it as loud as I would like to, it would saturate, and then the podcast is terrible. So, and as everybody knows, last week I went to right and left channels, so we just recently doubled the volume. Your hubby is getting suspicious because I talk about you so often. Okay. What else? Nice conversation today, John. Thanks, Steve. Take care. So we are just a few minutes over time, and I will say, as usual, have fun, be safe, make good choices. Bye. Howdy, folks. If someone wants to mention, check to make sure they have visual and audio, that would be awesome. Trying to do a little better each time. All right. Hello, fellow Slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode and live stream. This Q&A session is every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my John Friedel Professor Slots YouTube channel. If you're here live, and I see several of you are, it's great to hang out with you guys and talk about slots-related topics. Besides all the usual Q&A, questions that you might have, I thought our topic today would be how we can make the most of casino closings. So let's just jump right into it. You have a high sign that we're good on the audio, good on the visual? I hope so. Okay. So, yes, what an amazing week. Every week is different. I know that in a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we're going to look back on this time and say, oh, that was right before this happened, or, yep, that was the last of it. Oh, all this other stuff happened. It's pretty amazing time. And what's just to let people in the future know, we have most of the casinos are closed. They just finally closed in the last week. There might be a few open in Oklahoma, but word has gone out on our slots community in Oklahoma. Thanks, Jingwalk. And no one seems to have heard of any. If you're in chat in the live stream, please tell us which state you're in. And if you happen to know of any casinos that are still open, please let us know. I don't know. I don't recognize anybody that might be from Florida. And I'd heard that the Seminole casinos were still open in Florida, but and there's just so many in Oklahoma that I don't know. But Massachusetts, California, Las Vegas. Someone said it was the city that never sleeps. I'm not sure. Was that New York City? Where's that slogan from? But it looks like the city that never slept is sleeping, and that happened in our lifetimes. Pretty amazing. So I hope everybody, just to be clear here, I hope everybody is safe and taking care of themselves. Let's see. So what I wanted to talk about today was how to make the most of casino closings. And there is a bunch of different things. I want to get your thoughts on that as well. There's a bunch of things that I think that we can do. First and foremost, we can save our bankroll so that when it is time to go back, we might possibly have a bigger than usual bankroll. And I kind of, you know me, I'm logical. Okay. So I try to use that to help you. And if you are going to have a larger than usual bankroll, then why don't we consider how best to use it? I'm not quite sure we're right there yet. It would be helpful to know when casinos might open, and we'll get into that a little bit. But one of the things that someone had mentioned on about Las Vegas was the Strip casinos, hotels. Someone had dug out that they have openings beginning, I think it was April 17th, April 12th or April 17th. Who knows if that's when they decide to open, if that means anything. But I suppose they had to put a number on it, and they could always change it later. Okay, so I want to check in with everybody who is here. Look like we got Scott and Joe and Denise showed up just before we went live. It's always wonderful to see that. Scott is new, first one here waiting. I hope he didn't sleep out overnight. like what was it? One of the Star Wars movies from '81 or something. You got yourself a little tent. So you're a farmer from Ozark, Missouri, and gamble every day. Yeah, my grandparents were farmers, and I hear you. Mostly soybean in Michigan, and some cows, but not that many cows. I think you said something about 99 cows. Okay. Joe, good afternoon. Joe's from California, and seems to appreciate Scott's jokes. Denise, yes, Denise is a regular, and she is in Texas, but gambles in Oklahoma. Let's see, we have Scott told us about cows. Excellent. Thanks, Scott. Let's see, going through, let's see if there's more. Looks like I got good audio, good visual. Trying not to move away from the mic, all these things to technically sort of fine tune things. At some point, I might as well mention now, I'll go through more of the chat in a moment, but I get better. If you've been around for a while, you know that. And it never really ends. Please don't ever go back to my first episode on my podcast. Actually, the first one was like an intro for 2 minutes or something. But the second episode was really my first long episode, and I'm so sorry. I got better, and there are things on the live here which people had been pointing out. I get some comments on the early ones, and I'm like, hey, I stopped doing that like 10 episodes ago or 10 videos ago. So this has been a great learning experience on the Q&A sessions, and I do appreciate your patience, those of you who have been around. It is how things work for me. I do the best I can. I don't wait to be perfect, because it doesn't arrive, and learn from what I put out there. It's the best thing I know. You can't be afraid of it. So but I wanted to let you know, based on this example, if you've been here more than once, things are going to continue that way year after year. So I'm right now working on an online course for those of you who are currently live with me. I am looking for a beta group. A couple of you have given me a preference. I will type in my email, or you can email me if you'd be interested in being in the beta group, which is going to be an offering of a free online course. There's going to be a limit. I haven't quite figured out what that limit's going to be. Email me at the email I just provided. I don't want to say it out loud. Yeah, let's do it that way. You bared with me here live and made an effort to be here live. And if you email me that you're interested in being in the beta group, I will try to add you up to the number, whatever number I end up having in that first group. It will be a free offering of the course, but it'll also be the first offering of the course. And there's going to be plenty of things to fix. And I will be looking forward to you contributing, to you reviewing, to you suggesting many things that need to be fixed here, there, and elsewhere. And that's basically how you pay. And we'll have a better product, and you'll be part of that, and it'll be free for you. And I need a limited number. Now, when will this happen? Good question. First of all, the casinos will have to come back. So, we'll see how this goes. But right now, it's an opportunity, as we are discussing. How can we make the most of casino closings? Personally, I'm doing several things. One is, I'm here for you. We just, have to social distancing 6 feet apart. But you know what? Just pile on. Just pile on online. Just more the merrier. Just come right up and, virtually be there. And so, thanks, Dean Vegas shut down. Yeah. Wow. But I'm trying to be of service. I've increased my postings on my website and on my slots communities to be daily, where before it was like every other day or more. And I will see what I can do to maintain that for as long as possible. I think I have no reused content for like 45 days. And after that, well, we'll see how it goes. I hope that, because I think, with all the, don't mean to go on about it, but if we're slots enthusiasts and we're not playing slots, what are we doing? So there's educating ourselves, it's probably a highfalutin term, to sort of take the opportunity to maybe read that book you bought, or, I don't have ones over here in the corner. Over my right shoulder. And if you want to buy Learning to Win on Amazon, there is the print on demand softcover, and also the ebook. One of the things, I'm kind of talking about me right now, but how we can make the most of casino closings. I am working diligently on the audio version, and I am trying to provide stuff to reach out to you that would be helpful towards alleviating your boredom. Once you get through all of the Netflix movies, if you have Netflix or Amazon Prime, I don't know about you, but I have. Of course, I did all that years ago, until I got myself a real job, and with my spare time with you guys. And so, I want to help you with getting stuff. So I have some articles on history, some articles on definitions, some articles about laws, some articles about slot manufacturers, and also all the stuff about how to win, depending on whether or not that casino operates that way. And so that's one thing we won't be able to check, is to try out some stuff, but you can plan and you can review. So let me just go back to hi, Philly. Chris from Minnesota. Great. Hi. Rachel, good to see you. Saget Valley, watching. Steve. Steve says hello to everybody from Wisconsin. Let's see. And thanks, Steve. And let's see. Bruce. Hey, Bruce. Checking in from Kansas City, Missouri area. Excellent. Doug Heck. Hey, we really celebrated your arrival last time. I'm sorry about that. It's good to see you. Sloppy Golf. Hey, Mike from Virginia is here. Old time supporter. Wendy Dye. Seems like it's been a little while. Heading to Seven Clans, Newkirk, Oklahoma right now, and they are closing at 2 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, so you've got about 12 hours. What you doing here? Yep. Dean mentioned Vegas is shut down. That's confirmation. He's there. Chris, all Native American casinos in Minnesota are closed now. Yep. At this point, we're just probably looking for anything that's open. And that means Seven Clans, Newkirk, Oklahoma is open until another 12 hours or so, a little bit less. Central time. So yeah, just over 12 hours. Bruce had mentioned, did you mention that before? You might have mentioned that before. A couple of people have mentioned before that casino industry stocks is a great opportunity, but be smart. It's a little hard to predict at this point. I work in the aviation industry. Talk about hard to expect, but I'm diversified. So that's all I can do. Scott, don't think they'll be open until mid-April earliest. I agree with you. A month, since they kind of big spurt of them closed mid-March, and being closed 2 weeks is almost certain. It's already been a week, and another week is almost certain, and then 2 more weeks after that, two or more, 3. And Scott, I want to be truthful, but I also want to be helpful. I want to be hopeful and helpful. And we can say it's going to be closed for 2 weeks. We can probably say it's going to be closed 2 more weeks after that. And as you point out, 4 more weeks after that is not unexpected. I think another, and again, everybody has their opinion because we're a little uncertain exactly what the the data is showing for cases, but there's a lag. I think, I'm not a medical person, but from what I've been listening to the professionals, there's a 3-week lag where the burst sort of happens 3 weeks after sort of cases are found. I'm sure you all have been following much more closely than I have. I get announcements for Ohio, and that's one thing. And apparently it's pretty aggressive here in Ohio. I saw a report recently that said Ohio is just bang on with trying to make things happen, as much as anybody, I suppose. So I'm getting that sort of thing. And no reason to get into what's happening in the aviation industry, manufacturing of jet engines that I work on during the day. I'm going on about this. Casinos are likely to be closed for weeks, and we'll know more next week, and we'll know more next week after that. And so I will be here with you, offering you non-boring stuff, one hopes. And let's see, Scott says, don't think they will open yet till mid-April. Hi, Jan. Glad you could be here. Jan is from Texas. Hey, Dave and Lois is here. Wonderful family friends. And my father is not here yet. Okay. Honestly, as much as I appreciate my father, he doesn't have to be here for this. I appreciate you letting me know when he shows up. Steve, hey Steve. Steve is from North Carolina, and he has some of my shirts. Which is great for him to wear at a casino, because maybe some of the other people in North Carolina casinos know me because he wears the shirt. Right. You'd heard a lot of my early pods. Steve is kindly confirming that I am much improved, but those of you who have listened to the podcast know that I improve, and the same will happen here. Just letting you know who I am and what I do. Best part is seeing you navigate with the constant changes in the industry and the variety of your fan base. Thank you. We get a bunch of people. We get a diverse group of people, and I'm learning my audience. And there's a certain amount of segmentation. That's just entrepreneurial terms. We have people who love tribal casinos and non-tribal casinos, and we get the occasional poker player who says, "Well, I get this free slot play. What do I do with it? I want to make the most of it." So, and there's others who can't gamble yet because, like, say they're in Virginia and they don't travel that much, and are waiting for casinos to show up, so they're trying to get ahead of it. And this is all part of how we can make the most of casino closings. And Jen says, great book, must have. Dave and Lois are in Florida, south of Orlando, and more or less, not too far south. And the Seminole Brighton, and Seminole Tampa have closed yesterday, they report. So you guys have been, reporting on the state by state slots communities, what's closing as it closes. And that's been really useful to, kind of convey this. If you need to know your local casino, please, there's ways that you can check that. But as far as kind of covering the nation and watching the, everything kind of come down, slow down and close, I don't know. It isn't quite so bad as, 9/11, but where were you when the Vegas casinos closed? It's just something I'll always have in the back of my mind, not quite in the front of my mind, like some other stuff. So, great, Scott. Last time Vegas shut down was one day. Oh, okay. Thank you. That is a good point. Vegas closed for John F. Kennedy's funeral. That's interesting. Okay, so let's see. Tony, hello from Atlanta, and Richard. Richard is from Western North Carolina. Richard has been sending me text messages because he has my mobile phone address, and after a while, I was like, who's this? and he was kind of just telling me, so now you're in my address book, and I'll know where all those wonderful links come from. Let's see. Jeez, thanks. Okay, so thank you for saying I've come a long way, but I know that I will. I know that I have. I know that it will continue, and you need to know it's going to continue. This Q&A, I'm in the mode of thinking about how we can make the most of things. This Q&A session has given me a lot of practice, which will be part of the online course experience when you get to it. So it'll come out better because of all this practice. And part of the online course, which will be not live, there will be a live element to it before and after. And I want you to be able to take it whenever you want to. And that's currently my thinking. We'll see if I can get a live component in there, but I want it to be independent of time zones and all that. So beforehand is a webinar, and the webinar is something I'm going to be doing. The plan is to do a weekly webinar. In each weekly webinar would be a new group of people who have never seen it before. And that kind of, because of this, I'll be able to do that better, and that'll get better, and I'll get questions and answers, and it'll be a question and answer sort of presentation. And then at the end, people will sign up for the course. And well, basically a 3-point structure, webinar, online course, and then we'll have a community afterwards for people who have graduated. And so if you weren't here, I put a note in the chat with my email address. Please email me if you'd like to be a beta tester. I have a certain number that I will accept. I don't know quite what that number will be. I have to do something reasonable, not unreasonable. And it may be, wow, I was thinking earlier it's going to be October, but it might be a little bit later. The casinos have to come back. So that's the sort of thing. Richard had mentioned a name for the, I've been calling you guys slots enthusiasts, but that's what I call you. And I'm keeping an ear out, an eye out for people talking about what they would prefer to be called. And Richard has come up with several, Jan has come up with several, and others have come up with several. And I have a list, I have the list, but I'm looking for something, what would you call yourself? And that's something I'm kind of waiting to sort of happen organically. I have these nice names, and they might not be appropriate for starting an email to you by saying, hello, Slots University. But Slots University might be a great name would be a pretty good name for the online course, particularly if I start getting more than one course. So there is a possibility, Richard, that might be it. There's a Slots University of Past. In any case, I will have to use something that's not copyrighted, of course. But there's some good names out there. Okay, so let's see. Richard, Las Vegas Sands is donating $250K to help local organizations, 3 Square schools, etc. I hope so. That's great. Yeah, we're all in this together, right? And all right, I should get my Post-it note out, my 4th one. Grab my pen. Dean has come up with a name for us, and I will write it down. If you guys want to brainstorm, I got my little notepad here. We can add more. So Dean says the Slot Tribe. So when you're brainstorming, there's no wrong answer. If we weren't brainstorming, I might say, "Hey, Dean, the Slot Tribe." There's the name of the army, and then there's the name of the people in the army. Richard, I saw out of the corner of my eye that you were using the word army. Richard, you're a little militant. I like that, but it may not work for this. All right, so I've got Dean's written down. And Richard, I don't know that there's actually a total a maximum number you can have, but I think you're around 5 or 6 at this point. And they all have the word army in it. So, but I'll add it again. Slot Fantastics. Fanantics. Army. I can't get my Slotisfaction. Mick Jagger. Okay, Slot Commanders. Okay. Yeah. Sensing a theme there. And so if you have more, please share. I do have a video out there that says, we want to have a name, and I'm not in a hurry, and I'm finding more uses for these names than I had thought. Right. So let's get back to how can we make the most of casino closings. Besides what I mentioned already. Hey, would you please press the like button, and if you care to, the subscribe button. Whenever we press a like button on a live Q&A, that encourages YouTube to tell more people that we're live. And then we get more people in. And I probably should have mentioned this like half an hour ago, because if we do that, then, it just becomes a bigger, more diverse group, and word gets out. It's just using the YouTube algorithm as it was intended. If you care to. And subscribing will notify you of more videos which are coming. I just recorded this morning. I thought I'd recorded 8 of them, but it turns out 2 of them I didn't press the record button firmly, so I had to redo 2 of them. Only 6 of them are done, and those are state-by-state ones. And I have a bunch of others that would be coming up that need to be recorded, and you should start seeing those. It'll be more than just a live. So I'll put out I've worked out the schedule. I just want to entertain people during this time, so I'm probably going to put them out pretty quick, but try to cover the next 8 weeks or so. So we'll see how that works. Okay. Um, Richard, be aware that if you comment much more, YouTube will slow you down, and because they only let you have so many comments in every 10 minutes. Save it for the good ones. Uh, just teasing Richard a little bit. Okay, so how do we make the most of casino closings? First off, you're not spending money, and a lot of people not everybody. I'll be fair. You're not spending money. You're not making money. Some of you do make money at slots. You know a lot, or some of the stuff that applies at your casino that I know you know, and you make money. So you're not doing that right now because your casino's closed, or you may be more likely, since you might be coming here looking for help or knowledge or whatever. Some of this might end up being, how do you make more money or make more money to spend? So you may be saving money right now instead of making money. And so your bankroll potentially is increasing. That came out so confusing. Right. So you're not spending money at a casino, and so time goes by, you might have an accumulated bankroll. What you're going to do with it? If we're closed for 2 weeks, that's one thing. But if we're closed for 8 weeks, then, hey, Scott, the slot school, where learning is fun. Although I do try to tell people there will be homework, and some people don't think homework is necessarily fun. But I'll put that down for you, Scott. Logos are also appreciated. So that's something I'm trying to do, less always be distracted. But you have such good ideas, people. Okay, so if you have money set aside, and more as we're taking a little enforced break, what's your plan? Go in and blow it. Go into a casino and try one of my strategies. Do you know some of my strategies that work or that you want to try, but you didn't have a big enough bankroll? What's your plan? Casinos are closed. Take a minute to think about it. Wait a week and take a minute to think about it. That's one thing. The plans are many, because I've written down 7, 8 of them. I probably should take numbers off of them because it's gotten to be so many winning strategies, which depend on, most of them really do depend. Most of them depend on the casino business practices. There are a few that don't matter what the casino business practices are because it's money management skills. And so I'll detail all this in more of a step-by-step process. Everything that's going to be in the online course is available in my articles, in my book, podcast, Q&A sessions, but it's hundreds of hours of reading and listening and watching. So I am, the online course won't be hundreds of hours. It will be a process. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Should be 6 weeks long, and then it will just delineate, distill, concentrate what to do. But it's all available if you just want to listen and put it together yourself. I'm not holding anything back, but I do think of new stuff. Especially when I see something happening at a casino and it brings some insight. Yeah, I think Dave and Lois Tisdall noticed, has commenting. If you have comments on some of these others, which ones you like, Slot Commanders seems to be a positive one. Feel free to jump in there and in the comment, please. That's another signal to YouTube, by the way, that we're doing okay, and we should be put out there. More people comment. So tell me, you see these scroll past. Tell me which ones you like. Slot Commander's in there, and it seems to be pretty popular at the moment. I kind of like that too. I think I said that. Comment to each other in chat what you like. And I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, so we have bankroll growing. In the meantime, we have, you can do research. You can, decide what to do with that perhaps larger than usual bankroll when the time comes. And one of those things would be to review what's already out there. But then we have the short-term stuff. Okay, you know this, right? We don't know quite how casinos are going to open. What I do know, and I'm kind of letting it kind of come over me, trying to keep an eye on the situation. It was obvious to me that casinos thought they would be closed for 2 weeks, up until maybe last weekend, in which case, or even Monday, a couple of days after our last live. And that meant that they would be reopened before the end of the month. And there's, that first part of March was a problem because a lot of them just tightened up. And, that's never a good idea. We're all suspicious that they're going to tighten up, but you have protections in place, one protection or another, compacts or state regulations, or even just the protection of, and this one kind of falls for everybody. It's probably the most prominent one, is it's not a good business if you take too much money from your customers. You are aware of that, right? If you are in a state that says theoretical payout return is set at 85%, like it is in Ohio, that's the minimum, then yeah, you can lose all your money partly because you might go all the way through it, have $100, bet all of it, have $85, bet all of it, have 85% of that, bet all of it, have 85% of that, and you can spend all your money while still getting 85% return. And you math people out there, I know it would get down to a penny, but then it'll stay at less than a penny forever. But 85% isn't of the previous amount is just smaller, not zero. Any case, sorry, just geeked out there for a minute on math. Right. So if you have the opportunity, what was my point? Sorry about that. Distractions happen inside my head as well. Right. So you have bankrolls, and you have the ability to, 85% return in Ohio. Your state may or may not have a theoretical payout limit. All right. Thank you for all the likes. Much appreciated. We'll see if we get a Zoom number of people showing up. Don't let myself get distracted. Right. So 85% in Ohio, minimum theoretical, no maximum theoretical. Pennsylvania, 85% minimum, 100% maximum. But that's over the lifetime of the game. So as long as you avoid the newer slot machines by the door that may or may not stay after 2 weeks, then you can kind of ignore the 100%. That's important. That's gaming regulations. But I don't know that I've actually shared this anywhere. It's there, but it's not as prominent as perhaps it should be. In a lot of ways, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. And the reason why it doesn't matter, it's important, but the business practice, how would I put that? I'll put it this way. If a casino is smart, they have good business practices. They will never go to 85%. But we don't know exactly how many casinos are smart because, tightening things up before a pandemic was stupid. Sorry, I hope nobody here owns a casino. And if you do, are you single? Sorry. Any case, if 85% return, you can rarely find a casino that allow things to drop that low because it raises, the players see that and they're just like, this is no good place to play. There's plenty of non-slots people out there, and maybe some slots people here or elsewhere, not you guys, who think that you go to a casino and they can take all your money. They can, but if you bet all your money once, the theoretical return is 85%. And sure, you can spend all your money, but that's not quite the same thing. And but there's plenty of people out there who say, well, you can go to a casino and win nothing ever. and they just take your money. And that's a misunderstanding, which I'm slowly trying to correct. If they don't ever listen to me or play slots or are interested, then they won't learn that. But businesses need to keep things above 85%, or even sometimes, keep it over 90% like they do in Maine, because otherwise people are like, this is not worth my time. So when they reopen, if they reopened before the end of March, which doesn't seem like it will be the case, but if they had, then they have to deal with earlier in the month having been tight. So they would have to loosen in order to meet their obligations, whether it be the state regulations, whether it would be the compact, or just the more important high level having a business. So when they reopen, ask yourself this question. Is it the beginning of the month, the middle of the month, or the end of the month? If it's at the end of the month, they can't tighten because there's no recovery time. They have to meet their obligations. If it's at the beginning of the month, then they can maybe make it tight for the first half of the month and particularly loose in the second half of the month, that sort of thing. You have to look at the monthly average, and they have to meet the target with their monthly average. Now, there are exceptions like Nevada, which, while they do report their return statistics monthly online, they actually report to the Gaming Commission weekly. So that's why they can really pull down make everything tight on the weekends when California comes to visit, but has to loosen it during the week. And the Gaming Commission doesn't know otherwise because it's per week that they have to report. And we only see the reports when they come out once a month. So everybody else, well, there might be a couple that are annual, but everybody else who does report return statistics is monthly. So as long as the month comes out to the requirement, then they're good. So when your casino reopens, figure out what time of the month it is. Is it towards the end? Because it's toward the end, it's less likely to be tight because they can't do that. But if it's toward the beginning, then they could potentially loosen it the latter part of the month, in which case you might want to go the latter part of the month. Right? So it's kind of those two reasons right there, those two business logic reasons. Tell me the end of the month. Whatever month they reopen, towards the end of the month is better. All right, that's what we know so far. That's just pretty clear. Best odds. Now it's just a question of which month. I'm going to review some of the chat. Looks like we've got some good things here. Let's see. In reality, Chris from Minnesota says, in reality, a lot of people who play slots have extra money. Oh, sure. I discourage the people who say, I want to go to graduate school, but I have an $800 bill, but I've collected $400 in which I could either pay the bill or I could go to the casino and gamble it and get the $800. And I'm like, no. What? No, it's going to take you $400 to even figure out how to win. So no. It's right. So, people who play slots have extra money. I've seen others, but I hear what you mean. Anybody who plays long-term is either, a degenerate gambler, which is a serious medical condition, and the rest of us are sort of using it as entertainment. Yeah. What impact do you think the $1,200 government checks will be in the hands of those gamblers? Okay, so you said, what impact do I think the $1,200 government checks, which, by the way, I will believe when I see it, will be in the hands of those gamblers? I hope they spend it. I hope they spend all of it. Because we had a stimulus package years ago. I'm not a political science person, but we had some sort of stimulus package once upon a time. Ford comes to mind, and everybody kept it in their bank account. And it wasn't a stimulus. So I hope they spend it. I hope they spend it on food, toilet paper, if they can find any. I hope they spend it. Yeah, if they spend it at a casino, well, that's probably a shame for them, but good for the economy. Yeah. $1,200, if they win anything at all, the taxes go to the government. That helps. Yeah. Take one for the team. Let's see. Greener pastures. I would think online slots would see an increase of users now. That's a crazy topic. That is a crazy topic. First off, I want to make clear to everybody, there's two kinds of online slots. There's online social slots, which isn't about money. You pay, that's it. All right. It's free unless you want to play a little bit more that day, in which case you have to spend money. That's social slots. It's fun. Okay. Slots, casino slots is serious fun. Social slots is just fun. So,
yes, I'm not allowed to be frivolous.
Okay. I should turn my phones off. Apparently, there's a woman in my phone who actually thought I said something to her. Right. Online slots, there is the fun kind, and then there's a serious fun kind. The serious fun kind is online slots for real money gambling. It is available in limited locations. There are also plenty of people out there trying to scam you for your money. So what you can do is go to, and I have this on my New Jersey website, if you have access and want to play online slots for real money gambling, and you probably can't because your state won't allow it and blocks the connection. But if in case you're in one of those states that does have may have legal online gambling for real money, go to my article, professorslots.com, and I'll type it in here, professorslots.com/NJ. Oops, not a period, /NJ. Because in that article is a conversation about the Gaming Control Board of New Jersey, and they have verified, they have checked over, they have made certain that those online casinos that you can gamble in physically located within a few miles of the New Jersey border, inside the border, you can go to those sites and they verify that those are not people that are going to cheat you, and that's probably a place to start. But otherwise, just be super careful. And the other thing I want to say about online slots is I don't think they're for you. I mean, I think you like the casino environment. I mean, this is a computer. I mean, it's straight up computer. It's not like you walk through a bunch of people and sit down at a computer. No, there is nothing but the computer. There's no entrance. It could be 1 billion people playing. It could be 0 people playing and just you. You know, all the things that we talk about, all the things that I think that we enjoy, despite, just playing the machine. We like the environment. We like to be able to get a drink. We like to be able to get some food. We like to be able to get the comps. We like to be able to we like the whole experience. And online slots is just the slots with no winning. Okay. You can win. You can win at online slots, but there's no winning strategies. You get your 85%. That's all that happens. There's no end of the row slot machine. There's no, and I'm getting a little passionate here. There's no end of the row slot machine that's been set to win because the casino wants you to win, or by the door, new slot machines by the door, or anything. It's all straight up math. You know, you're playing a computer, and, if you want the sound, play social online slots. Just be careful not to just continue to give them money. You get your free coins for the day. They last maybe 20 minutes and that's it. But you get the sounds that maybe you're missing. That's kind of it. In the meantime, I say, from, our topic here, how to make the most of casino closings is to continue to educate yourself. Go back and listen to some of my podcasts. Oh, please. Even the old ones. The ones before I got better, and if you want audio, and so that's what I wowould say about that. I'm going to try to keep up with some of the comments here. Can any casinos offer online slots pay out to the state they're in? Can any casinos, Sloppy Golf says, can any casinos offer online slot play out of the state they are in? No. It is possible to have another state which has the same gaming regulations. And this is the problem. Tribal gaming is is national. Commercial gaming is state by state. Is it possible? Oh, certainly. Certainly. People in Louisiana, might even be somebody here, people in Louisiana gamble in Kentucky. But Kentucky, they what an end run. What an end run. They, 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? I heard reports of it 2 years ago. I think it might have happened the year before that. They got upset that people were playing online slots, that Kentucky residents were playing online slots with companies that were not based in Kentucky. In fact, these companies were based in the Caribbean and overseas. So a judge got something pretty upset up as whatever, and he sued. The criminal investigation went forward, closed down those websites within Kentucky borders, and sued them. I don't know if that's quite the correct term for a judge to do this, but maybe somebody else did, and the judge just took off with it. He required payment from all the money that was spent. All the money that was spent, he got it back. He required it come back. And when it did, he did not give it back to the Kentucky residents that gambled. The state took it. Wow. So I just thought that was just amazing. Let's see. So yeah, some states you might be able to gamble in another, but like New Jersey does it right. In New Jersey, you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your computer, but the computer has to be physically located according to what cell phone towers or whatever internet connections that you're physically located within the borders of New Jersey, and probably not even within a mile of the border. You have to be a little further inside than that, and that's the way I think it should be because it's state law, and that's protecting on a larger discussion here. This protects brick and mortar casinos from being closed down. This something happened in the I think it was right after computers came out, so it would have been like 80s, late 80s, where they were just, everybody was going online and not going to brick and mortar and casinos, and the U.S. government wanted to protect U.S. businesses by not letting that happen. And there was all sorts of wire transfers across state lines. It's pretty interesting stuff. Okay. Sorry, I don't answer your question a little more further. Sloppy Golf, you might want to ask on the Delaware slots community. Don't think we have a lot of people there, but one place I offer. Scott, I wonder if a person should be go the first week, say they're back open. Yeah, so that's that may have come up before I had our little conversation. I would say yes if it was towards the end of the month, maybe even mid-month, but earlier in the month, then you run the risk of them being tight and then opening it up later. So I think the two things I've thought through, and we will talk more about this in the next couple of weeks, the two things I've thought through are end of the month seems to be better than beginning of the month. The reasoning that I'm working through, the business practices I'm working through, seems to indicate end of month. If they were to reopen before the end of March, which seems less and less likely, it was possible a week ago, not so much now. They had already been tight beginning of March, so we kind of went over that. Right. So Steve, PS Slot Vantage Players Club or Friedel's Slot Vantage Players Club. I worry about using Players Club. I don't mean to knock brainstorming, but if it's a Players Club, people are going to expect comps. And, am I going to have to start buying Professor Slot's throw pillows in bulk? I'll think about it, Steve. I see some difficulties with giving away free stuff. My North Carolina, Richard says, my North Carolina Cherokee Harrah's Casino is taking online reservations starting as early as May 1st. They dropped a lot of reservations when they suddenly closed. So I don't think it would be impossible for them to drop more. But it's good to know that Cherokee Harrah's in North Carolina is looking at maybe reopening in May 1st. They put a number in, put a pin in it. Steve, everyone will not get a check from the government. It goes by your income level. Yeah. Don't be surprised if you don't qualify. Sure. Casinos are not going to gorge people who are their bread and butter. Right. We're a paranoid bunch of people. We really think they're out to get us sometimes, and they are just trying to survive. There are things that they do, and then you have the bad players that give everybody a bad reputation. There's problems with having casinos in Kentucky because prior to 1929, gangsters, before the Great Depression, gangsters ran Newport across the Ohio River from Cincinnati. It still has an impact. When I look through this history, the history has an impact, and a lot of it has to be, I don't trust them. Therefore, 50 years later, 100 years later, you got problems. Difficulties sort of introducing things. Ray. Hey, Ray. Thanks for all the likes on Facebook. Are there any exceptions to reporting due to the forced shutdown that would eliminate the 85% return in Ohio? That's the reason why I don't want to say this week, this is what you do 8 weeks from now when they reopen, because what the heck are you going to do? If for a month where there is no revenue coming into a casino, what's the applicable law? I don't recall seeing any fine print about that. So somebody's going to have to make a ruling. Somebody is going to have to do, each state's gaming commission that has a gaming commission is going to have to look at the casinos and say, maybe those that were tight during the beginning of March, particularly, I would not be surprised if a whole host of them violated their requirements, their gaming regulations, not just their business stuff, but the legal stuff. And I'm sorry, man, I didn't know we were going to be closing for 3 weeks. It never happened before. Jeez. and so, they're going to get fined. It's going to be reduced. It's going to be forgiven. It's going to be something. And that's not part of current law. So let's keep an eye on how things go. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to keep an eye on that. I can check some of the blog posts and other things to see what some states are doing and get a sense, but that's what we have to watch for. That's why I don't want to just come straight out and say this is what to do when they come back, because when will that be and what's going to happen in the meantime? So thanks, Ray. Good question. Denise, I thought India casinos in Oklahoma did not have to disclose anything, so they would not matter to them. See, that's the thing. The first part is true. They do not have to disclose anything to the state, but they have a tribal organization, a tribal government, which has policies and procedures and expectations and what's the rules. And then just like everybody else, they got to keep their people happy, their players happy. And Denise, that they got really tight and everybody got really upset. All the players got really upset. And then what happened? They switched. Okay, this stuff matters to them. It may not be a state law. It may not be in the compact. It may not, but there's still a business. And that business, the tribal leaders will want their share. It's all going to be, there's rules. Even if we don't know what they are, you can sort of tell. Yeah, you do fly blind, Scott. That is true. California flies blind, but it's a business, and I'm seeing more and more. They're not hitting the floor on the theoretical payout. They stay above it everywhere, and I'm like, why is that? Well, it's because of you guys. You guys get upset, and they lose millions, so they don't want you to be upset. But we shall have to keep an eye on them because some of these casinos are wise and some of them are not so wise. Chris, casinos should give away TP for promo gifts. Oh, Oklahoma has this Facebook meme showing a bunch of card players, and it's not chips, it's rolls of toilet paper. It was hilarious. And everybody's wearing face masks. Right, so Leonard, online slots usually pay around 90%, 5% return to player. Well, okay, is there a law? Is there any guarantee it would be that? And, sure. I would not be surprised if that 95% return was because otherwise people wouldn't come back. Because that's what we're talking about here about brick and mortar places. But there's no advantages that I can find once it comes to Ohio, or I'm visiting a state where I'm there enough where I can play online, I'll learn more. But I don't see any advantage. You just play, and the computer spits out a number. Deposit bonuses are really good. Okay. Okay, so I got something blocked by YouTube. All right. I'll let yours go, Richard. Yeah, we talk about slots too much, and YouTube says, I think this is spam. We are on episode 20, Sloppy Golf, and you are the first person who wanted to know, do I live in a log cabin? Nobody has noticed, or if they've noticed, nobody said a thing. Yes, I'm on a loft, and I have a log cabin. My first house. 30 years of apartment living. Thank you for noticing, or at least saying something. No, there's no lake in front of it. That's okay. I don't mind not having a pond in front of me. One of the joys of my life, by the way. All this self-quarantine has meant that I have to go home and stay here. And it is not on a mountain either. That's okay. Okay, so I didn't build it myself. I bought it. Third owner, 25 years old. Sloppy Golf. I am a very observant. Well, I hope that we all become as observant as you, because we can use that in the casino. That's the point here. Scott, I have always thought the high dollar pays a lot more than Nebraska, Oklahoma casinos. Reasoning is people see someone winning, so the low dollar guys just donate lots of money. I have a report on payout returns you can find on my website. I have to dig it out. And there's a section called myths of myths. And one of them is, it's a myth that high limit machines pay out more. I've gone through every state, and there's like 5 of them, I think, that have payout returns in terms of slot machine denominations. And half of them, it's a high limit machine, and half of them it is not. So it's 50-50. We don't know about the ones that don't report by slot machine denomination, but certainly not all of them. I think it's reasonable to assume it's sort of distributed. It certainly is more obvious. You can't win a $50,000 jackpot or a $25,000 jackpot when the maximum is 400 or 4,000. And we're getting closer. So I have wondered the same thing since way back. Yeah. I just look at some of the other states and figured it out. Great input today, everybody. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Steve. You're welcome, John. You're welcome, Steve. I understand you didn't want to ask about the house. I put things out there for the temptation. For those of you who are on the podcast, or for watching later, you can see that there's a couple of logs on the side, and it might have been just a panel that I put up that somebody guessed properly. Hey, thanks everybody for a great show. Have fun. Be safe. Make good choices. Talk to you next week. Bye. Okay. Looks like we're live, and not as smooth a start as last time, but what can you expect? Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here. I want to say hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. It's great to hang out with you for another Professor Slots podcast episode, which is what this will become, and the live stream, which is what this is. So this Q&A session is every Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time here on my John Friedel Professor Slots YouTube channel. And if you're here live, it's great to hang out with you guys and talk about slots related topics. So here, if you're live, you're able to chat, leave me a message, and tell me some of your questions, and we'll go over those. Although I do have a few things I do want to cover today before we get to too much of that. Also, I started this by saying, hello, fellow slots enthusiasts, but I've been getting more names to try out on what to call you. So I could have said, hello, slot whisperers. Hello, slot tribe. Hello, slot commanders. Hello, smart slot souls. Still a tongue twister. Hello, one-arm bandit brigade. Hello, slot hunters. Hello, the wizard squad. I don't quite understand that one. You're the wizard. I'm the wizard. Who's the wizard? Is that a copyright violation for the Wizard of Odds? Hello, slot masters. Hello, jackpot runners. That makes an assumption, though. Hello, slot advantage players. Dr. John's slot posse and Slots Army. There are a few others that are longer or shorter, but that's about a dozen that I've been collecting from your suggestions. So hello, everyone. Please say hello in chat if you're live. Please include which state you're in, your name and what you want to call yourself, in which state you're in. Just to sort of introduce yourself to each other as well as us. Remember, the live chat is only during the live session. It is not something that can be seen later. Thank you, Chuck, about the audio. I appreciate that. I'm getting slightly better. We may have some interesting audio today. It looks like there's a chance of severe thunderstorm, and I have turned off my weather radio because it does that bee-oo, bee-oo, bee-oo sound, and we would have to wait for that to be done. So I've turned that off, but I've got a good view of the sky. You might be able to see that reflected in my glasses, and I will keep an eye out for things. If I have to seek shelter, that would be an unusual live stream. And if you have a moment, please do like the stream, simply because YouTube takes that as a sign that to let more people know, so more people come to the live stream, if you would. And while you're at it, subscribe to my channel. You will be finding out, you'll be seeing more notifications. You'll be seeing notifications of upcoming videos when I start bringing those up. It's going to become 2 to 3 a week, starting on, tomorrow. Tomorrow should be the first one. And then I'll try to make that a Sunday. Should be a Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday sort of situation. Sundays and Tuesdays probably forever. And Thursdays for a while, maybe 6 months or so. And then after that, I'll probably be doing webinars on Thursdays. So I'll be posting those shortly. It's something I've been meaning to do. Certainly wanted to get better at Q&As, which is what we're here for today. So let me go quickly through. Scott was here first, by my count, about 10 minutes early. Good for you. Scott, thanks for buying my book. Thank you for reading my book. We'll have to talk about that, what you thought. Lois and Dave, welcome back. Welcome home to Toronto from Florida. And hopefully my father, who they trained on how to use his iPad, will be able to join. That would be awesome. Let's see. Hey, Steve. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Unless you're in UK, I'm not sure if Larry's here, in which case it would be good evening. Right. So, Scott, well, I read the entire book in one day to keep it fresh in my mind. I kept thinking it would be more tips, I guess. Never thought of the idea of same time next week for the jackpot. Yeah, I didn't think of the idea either. It was just obvious that's what was happening at a horseshoe casino. I don't know if I mentioned it was a horseshoe casino. So other horseshoe casinos may do that as well, because it's, business practices. If you haven't bought the book or read the book, we're just talking about some of the concepts. It's also in some of the things I'll be talking about today. Let's see. Scott, rain in Southwest Missouri again. Yeah, we've had some rain here as well. We're talking. Scott says, I was once able to see, because they left it, apparently a slot machine open on a machine, the time and dates of jackpot hand pays. Yeah, they did that at Horseshoe, Southern Indiana. They'd actually post them on the side of the ones in the high limit room, and did not think to take a photo, just was interesting. Again, and this is just, they might not have posted those if it mattered. On the other hand, it's surprising what the right hand does and the left hand doesn't know. And sometimes I've seen those taken down by other members of the leadership team when they're like, no. So it's that would better understand the payouts. Okay, when you say payouts, there's a couple of different things you could be talking about. If you buy a slot machine, this is not one that's central. You have about 6 different settings on what the odds of payout would be, and you have to look at state law to see what is allowed as far as a range. But the state does not say 85%. Does not say 85%, even when about 6 different choices on the older slot machines. I think they've gotten to be more of those, about slot machines from about 10 years ago, 5 years ago. But then 7 years ago, they started having these central servers. So I'm not sure if they probably went to more settings, but there was at least 6. So you 85% to 100% if there is an upper level, and pick one. And the casino, chooses. It's, we're all pretty tough on slot machines, and we are concerned. It's important to us, but it's not. They can't set it at 85%. You have a state law that says 80. Casino would just be terribly upset. So it's usually above that, and it's not too high because they have to make money, and that is how they set payouts. If you don't have I'm just giving you James. I'm just giving you the gist of it. Okay. Okay. I'm having a bit of an error in my stream health. I hope this works. I'm getting an error as far as having great video, but hopefully the audio is coming through. So James, that's how these things are set up, even before requirement, which probably is more important than anything else, because they have daily financial performance metrics. So that's basically it. Now, understand that nobody really talks about this except me. Everybody else is like, well, pick a machine. Which game do you like? Which is the game that you win on? And I'm like, well, the one on the end of the row. Yeah, and that would be the one the casino would change the odds on. And I'm the only one who really thinks this way. I'm trying to build based on this, but people... up until a few years ago, nobody really talked about this. The people who win at slots know about it, but they don't, discuss it. So I'm going to move away from that, James, but feel free to ask me questions, read my articles, read the book, and you begin to see it's a different way of looking at slots. I'm a little surprised more people aren't talking about it. Anyway, Chuck, Minnesota is officially shut down today. Scott, I do know this one was paying out AMP-A's pretty regular. My problem, and I'm not afraid to admit, is not stopping when I am up. Hey, we all have that. How many times, when I first got started, I won something and I'm like, well, this is just what happens. I'm lucky. And wow, it took a long time to sort of come around to the casino wanted me to win, not me. And the slot machine is visible from an area. It's obvious that, to me anyway, that it's the one that the casino is set up. I used to consider, that it was me somehow, but I picked the slot machine. That's about it. Hey, Paul is here. Awesome. I think that's this is your first time here. Right. So let's see. Hey, Jay. Sorry to call you James. Jay from Louisiana. Awesome. Nice state with some good state regs, gaming regs. That's good. Yep. Dave is from Ontario. John Friedel Sr. is in Florida. Steve. Hi, Steve from Charlotte. Doug from Minnesota. Hey, Doug. Sure. David and Lois. David, again, not the. I wonder if it's the storm. Not the best audio, but it looks like it might be not the best video. But hopefully the audio is coming through okay. Dave, Richard, yep, from Western North Carolina. Possible reopening May 1st. Starts taking, yep. I've been hearing a lot of casinos are setting up, you can start make reservations now and they'll have a date. They are eager to get back into it, as are we. Are other people feeling that? Because I'm feeling that. I'm missing the casino. Denise, let's see, Scott, sorry. I am going on safari one night midweek when it gets back going to just record hand pace. Okay. Denise, Yep, that's right. Denise is in Texas, but she plays in Oklahoma. All right. Doug from Missouri, play in Missouri and in Kansas. Dave. Hi, Dave. Dave is from Oregon. 65 hand pays last year. Hey, that's pretty good. But I rarely come home with money. Money management. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to talk about, because one of them will be for money management tips, and we can talk about that and how to progressively get a little better at money management, hopefully. Welcome, Jay. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for letting me know, Scott. There is a note on my instrument here saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Hopefully that evens out. All right. I will continue. What else can we do? Hey, Joanna, welcome. Scott, if you win 200 to 300 a time and you go 5 to 6 times, well, bingo. I'm not sure I quite understand that one, Scott. Dean, Vegas casinos losing money every day during the shutdown. Governor says stay closed. Vegas mayor says we need to open soon or else. I hear you. I'm in the aviation industry. That's what I work in, and planes are not flying much at all. And excellent. Yes, Scott, I have some thoughts on that. I wrote it into a post. So let me switch over to maybe something a little better on. Right. So what I have done in the last week, hopefully this will switch over for you in a moment. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, it's a 20-second delay. So, right. So now you should have, okay. Now you should have a image of my other screen, which is of my website. One of the things I try to do is talk about my, and I think I got a couple of people on chat here who are interested. One of the things I like to talk about is all the things that I have to offer, and I don't always mention them. So I'll very quickly mention I have a webpage, professorslots.com, and I'll type that in so you have it, because if you listen closely, you might hear thunder in the background. So I put the link into the live chat, professorslots.com, and that's what I'm showing on the screen now. That's my main page. One of the things that you can do is there's a menu here. There's a menu right there, and this is what it looks like on a mobile phone. It's a little bit more open on a desktop. And so you can choose to go to articles here, or to find all my articles, or you could go a little bit further down the screen. These are my main, let's see. Is it not updating? Oh, I see. Right. So if you slide down the screen, there's a video of me giving you a little bit of a welcome. There's where you can go about listening to my podcast episodes. I've got about 83. Tomorrow will be 84. And you can go to any place you go to get podcasts, and that's what these are. I probably should take them out because I should put a note that says, anywhere you get podcasts, I am at. Then the last few podcast episodes are also here. And then is a list of I think it's about 12, my last 12 posts. And some of these are articles. These first 3 here that I'm showing are articles, and we'll talk about each one of those. Scott was talking about this third one, the Strategy 7. We'll talk about the others. And if you slide down, then there's 2 more articles, and then I make a post for each podcast episode. So this next one is podcast episode. The last one is number 83. And then if you slide down a little bit further, you'll see several more. So do we have? I think we might have money management in here. Yes. So for, was it Jay or Scott? Scott, and others. There is this article here, 11 practical slots money management tips to keep your winnings, because it's obviously a need, and I want to show that. So I will jump over to that article, and we should be updating momentarily. Okay, so... All right. So if you look at this article, you will see what I've put together as far as being prepared, what to do immediately upon arrival, what to do while playing slots, and then also an after-action briefing, which is what I call it. So, evaluate how you did as far as meeting your goals on money management. And Dave Oman says, it's hard to stop after you win a jackpot. I have a pocket full of $100 bills. That is true. And that's one of the suggestions I have. I'm not going to read the article to you because I have several articles I want to cover here. But one of the suggestions I have is to train yourself, to give yourself a habit. If I'm very briefly going to switch over to me again. So you can have this. Okay, it is a lockable wallet. There is another one I have here, which is, it has a key, and there's a space about this big. I could get about 100 bills in there. There's a slot in the top, and you fold it up and you stick it in. And these are, this is, the second one's a gamble box, and the other one is a winner's Circle 2000, something like that. I don't recommend them. I just want you to know. Let me try that again. So gamble box. It holds about this much, maybe 100 bills. It's got a slot at the top. The idea here is that you leave the key at home. But you also have this one. Again, you have a slot in the top, and there's even a card that comes with it. And then you push it in there. It even holds even less, so it don't have access to it. But I don't think that's entirely appropriate. I think that I'm going to go back to the other screen. I don't think that's entirely appropriate. I've done it without having something like that. There's limitations on these where it's the key. Maybe you actually do need it, although you have to watch out for that feeling. But the idea is, I suggest, is you've got 2 pockets. All right. Maybe a pair of jeans, men's trousers, pants, and one pocket is for deposit, and the other one is your bankroll. So you only put stuff in one pocket, and then you don't take anything out. That is what you use that pocket for. It can take a little bit of effort. A few times, I would take something out and I'd be like, no, that was the pocket that I'm supposed to just only deposit in. But it takes a few times. And once you get into the practice, you hesitate putting your hand up in that pocket other than to deposit something. And then it takes maybe it only took me like 3-4 times. I was surprised how effective it was. 3-4 times. And then you don't take anything out of it. Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, maybe you put vouchers in there and you have to cash out. But you have to sort of get through that few minutes there. But if you can get through hours of not taking anything out of that pocket. Now, the only warning I would say is don't put anything in that pocket that you want out. That when it goes in, you make a hard decision. This I want to keep. I'm not going to change my mind about this. This is what's going to go into that pocket, and I'm going to leave it there. Don't put it in there if you don't think you will do that. And then later on, as several times you go to the casino, that becomes your pocket that you put deposits in. And I was surprised how well that worked. It's human nature to sort of, discipline yourself. So when you that's one of the things I talk about here. I've just moved this up so you can see I have sections, many sections. I did say that there would be 11 practical tips, and these are the 11 practical tips. Some of them have to do with what to do before you go to the casino, what you do when you immediately go to the casino. There's visiting the card kiosk, and also there's more than one money management strategy. Pick one, commit to it. And then when playing, there's a couple other things you can do about choosing how you want to save that money, like having loss limits per slot machine. Hey, I'm only going to spend $20 on this slot machine. I'm only going to spend $200 on that slot machine. I'm going to only spread, pick your strategy and then stick with it. Different bankrolls for whether it's high limit or not. And you can choose to not put anything in your pocket unless you have let's say you're playing high limit. You win your bankroll. Maybe you choose to put that in your pocket, and after that, whatever's left is what's left. And you can choose to then play whatever you win because you put in your pocket what you brought in. And, that is one strategy. So pick what works for you, but stick with it. And this is, any one of these strategies is going to be, have a pocket that's only deposit. You just have to choose when are you going to use it. Constantly, I have $20 out of every machine I play on. $20 goes in my pocket, or choose. And I try to go over some of the main ones that people use. There's things like sometimes there's emotional control. Hey, I'm a winner. I'm lucky. I can't lose. And you just sort of have to recognize that one. One of the ways you can do that is have accountability with somebody you go play slots with, somebody you don't play slots with, somebody, a spouse, family member, someone who holds you accountable. Hey, did you stick with your discipline? What was your plan? What was your strategy? Did you stick to your strategy? And when you have to explain yourself to somebody, even if it's just a friend, that is important. And as I say, practice, practice, practice. So let's see if there's any questions and see how well things are holding up on the live stream. Okay, I'll check with questions on this one. It's hard to stop after you win a jackpot. Yep. Yeah, Scott, I wear cameo pants with all the pockets right side, spending left. Yeah, exactly. But maybe you're jumping around. I don't know. Maybe you're jumping around in strategy. What's your method, and stick with it. From the beginning of your session to the end of your session. If that's, identify where the issue is. Let's see. Yeah. Scott, I learned that one. No credit card or bank ATM card in casino ever. Yes. That's a fine rule to have. Some people don't like walking through the parking lot with cash and might use an ATM, not a credit card, an ATM withdrawal from their checking account, although there might be a fee, depending. And sometimes that's a way to not carry cash in the parking lot or the parking structure for $200 or something. Of course, there's limits, and you really can't do that if you could play high limit because you can't withdraw. There's a limit how much you can withdraw on an ATM, usually. Robert, how can let's see, let me try this, switch back and forth a little bit. Robert says, how can I find out my casino's gaming returns? When it is an Indian casino, Akchin Casino in Arizona, that is also a Harrah's casino. So it's owned by Akchin tribe and operated by Harrah's. There is some, North Carolina has something like that. Even if it's from the tribe, there's a very few states that have gaming compacts with tribes that require them to report return statistics to the state. I would think there would be none, but there actually, you can go to professorslots.com/Arizona or professorslots.com/AZ, Either one should work. And that'll take you to my article, which Arizona, I would have written like towards the end of last year. I do it every year, one per week. And there's 56 of them, with including the, there are plenty of people like Oklahoma has tribal casinos, and they don't either have a theoretical payout, nor are return statistics provided publicly. And that's actually pretty typical for tribal. And, and we could go there if you wanted to and just take a look around and see what you have. If you don't have it, well, most places don't have it. A few places, Louisiana, Mississippi, and others have it so good. They even have it down to return statistics by slot machine. There's the storm. Okay, so Doug, are all Oklahoma casinos closed currently nationwide? Slot machines, right? A little building out back. At a convenience store, and those might be open. Otherwise, I think what's going to be interesting is, we talked earlier about early May, might be when reservations are being taken, but it might closed, a few closed, a lot closed, the last one's closed. But I think we're going to go through this. We're going to go through the same thing, but in reverse. Is this one open? Is that one open? A few are open. A lot are open. All of them are open. He says he tried online casinos, but something seems fishy about them. ? Yeah, good instinct. If you are interested, and a lot of states don't allow you to actually do it, why don't you let the professionals decide? If you go to my professorslots.com/NJ for New Jersey, and under the payout returns, under other gambling, New Jersey Gaming Commission section on online gambling, businesses that they have verified, that they have scrutinized and say, these people are not criminals. These people are not shifty. These are, recommended. I don't know if necessarily should say recommended so much as verified and validated. Businesses, not fly by night, not fishy. And that's a place to start. I mean, outside of that, it's all kind of word of mouth. I like that a gaming commission somewhere has identified, we like the atmosphere. We like, having a business practice we can take advantage of. We like, other people. At least, being around, sometimes we like it when it's quiet. Sometimes we like this, that, drinks or food or buffet. We like brick and mortar casinos. Online is a game, and you're going to, I'll try to say things in a way that I'll have a rumble of thunder after I say them. How about that? So, yeah, I will have to check to see how we're doing after we finish recording to see. I hope the audio came through okay, and I hope that the video came through okay. So let's, of the 7 articles that I posted in the last week, and that you can scroll through. There was another one. Some of you are experts at slot machines. Others of you haven't ever played a slot machine. You're just getting started, and I'm trying to help people understand. The various sections. I made a schematic. There's the service light, there's the bonus display. You don't always have one of those. A pay table somewhere. If it's digital, it's usually hidden. If it's not digital, then it's a little bit easier to find. Just a panel, plastic sheet above the reels. You got a Players Club interface. You've got the results. Sometimes that's pretty small. Might be a little screen that blinks a number. When you wonder why the machine locks up, it's because it's showing something $1,200 or more. There's a play console. That's where we, push all the buttons and choose the number of credits and number of lines. Both, neither. There's a ticket in, ticket out. And I tried to do a little schematic here. It's not the best thing in the world. It's probably the first graphic I did for my book, just to try to show you an example of what you might see. There's a lot of different settings. The reason why I just didn't take a picture of a slot machine is because it's copyright protected, and I can't publish that in a book. legally and without having a copyright infringement, $100,000 fee per instance. And I'd rather not do that. So here I just go through each of these. You can see on the left side here, there's a bonus at the top. There's a service light, also known as a candle, bonus display, pay table, players club, results, play console, voucher out. And then I have sections on each of these here, and I won't go through them individually, but it gives you an idea of what to expect on a slot machine when you've never really seen one before. It seems to me when my first year or so of playing slot machines, it was pretty extraordinary for me. Experience to for me, I think for all of us, when we first remember that first time you played, it's pretty interesting. So there's a lot of smoke, a lot of lights, dark at the same time with all the lights, flashing lights, sounds. And sometimes you're not really looking at the slot machine going, well, this one has a pay table or doesn't have a pay table. This one has physical reels or is it video? And sometimes you just need to be outside of the casino and just sort of say, well, there's a player's card interface. I didn't use a player's card back in 2004 before I took my 10-year break because I moved to a part of the country that didn't have a good casino. But I thought about that extraordinary time of winning 13 hand pays on a dollar machine in 6 days and then nothing on the 7th day. And, what the heck's going on? It was what I call, it was a machine that was set up to win near the bar at Prairie Meadows. And switch back here. And when I played that, do I have that? I might have that here. I have some photos. Do I have it here? I think maybe. Yeah. So at Prairie Meadows, I won a slot machine, or won a taxable jackpot on a 5 times play, $1 denominator. Anyway, it's that one was November 11th, 2005 at 5:13 p.m. And then basically I have others, and I'm kind of digging them out here. Didn't really have them handy to show you. I really should not have done that because I could have a bucket of those. Anyway, I took a screen capture of some of those and put them on one of my articles just to show you a row of them. There's something about winning 5 hand pays in a day, and you're like, but what's going on? I don't understand. And after a few years of thinking about it and realizing that it wasn't entirely luck, that it was a casino business practice, it made me start looking for other casino business practices because the odds, it just wasn't working. It was statistically odd. You can get struck by lightning 7 times in a row, but there are times when it's like there's a bias, and you can find that and use it to your advantage. And it took me a little while to sort of get my head around the idea. It might take you too. Let's see. Questions. Let's see. Dave, right? Me, and then she has a big smile. How do I put this in a high level? For Paula's a non-gambler, a friend of mine, who might be helping out later with some chat things and the business side of things. And there are plenty of people who gamble a lot, haven't been aware of the change. So it's always been there. There is the ability in video poker. It's not the same thing. If you have a deck of cards and you shuffle them properly and you give everybody a hand, that's the universe determining the odds. Okay, the dice. I know people think dice control, but when you throw a dice, it's the universe doing its odds thing. But if you have a slot machine, it's an electronic device, and you can adjust the odds. If you have to sort of understand statistics to understand that you're changing the frequency distribution to be a little more inclined this way or that way or bimodal or Gaussian. And so casino, first off, has control over the slot machines, whether it's a central computer or just opening it up and changing the odds, setting the odds to be a certain range, a higher range, a lower range, anything that's basically legal. And then you win. I'm trying to think of a common example. It's hard to, it's all gambling. So casinos have a range that's set by law. If it isn't, and a lot of them are set by law, gaming, state gaming regulations or tribal gaming compacts. Some of them don't have either of those, particularly some tribes, some states, but they do have business practices. So if everybody lost their money to the casino, everybody would walk out and not come back. So of course they can't do that, and but they can't even bring it down to 85% because it gives the feeling of just losing, and nobody likes losing. People like to win a little, and so there's numbers that work for that part of the state. They don't make money, and then things will move around based on the economy and the time of the year and whether people are on vacation or it's cold winter. Sunny day. And so it's not just season to season, but day to day. And you can, once you're aware that they have that kind of control, and that they're trying to adjust their daily performance metrics, then you can counter that. We call it advantage plays. I'm a little surprised at you, Paula. Paula edited my book for me. But she was looking for comments and stuff. Scott knew a guy played $25 machines, 300 at a time. He would put in, he says, lots of nights he just broke even. But people see those lights and bells go off and think they can, if he can, I can. Absolutely. Yeah. And casinos can make money by that because players, commonly don't realize, hey, if he's playing a white buffalo, then I'll play a white buffalo somewhere else in the casino and it'll be the same thing, right? No, it's the one he was playing. And it's just, I'm just trying to get the word out and helping people win. Richard, odds of winning better on the first day of a casino of reopening or better. Now, Richard, we talked about that last time. My best guess at this point is if casinos reopen, if a casino reopens towards the beginning of the month, it's going to be tight because they got the whole rest of the month to be loose. And they've got a lot of money to make up because they lost a lot of money, and I can appreciate that business aspect. But if they open later in the month, there is no later time. They either have to meet the state gaming requirements or the tribal gaming compact or their own business requirements to not be too tight. And if it's at the end of the month, that's when it's going to be better. So either way, end of the month is going to be better than the beginning of the month, even if they're open at the beginning of the month. And that's my thoughts on that. We'll know more as things start opening up. Let's say one state opens, but the another state does not opens, and then we can see if that applies to the next casino a week later. Next state. Bruce, hey John, would you expect the Oklahoma casinos will be more open to winning after the shutdown? You're welcome. He says, thanks for your site. You're welcome. Yes. So end of the month, I would say. That's our best thinking. If we can, if your state starts opening casinos, and it'll happen, could be weeks, but it'll happen. Take one for the team. If your state's the first state with a casino that opens, let us know how it goes so the rest of the states, which haven't opened yet, will know what they might do. So we're going to have to watch that roll out very carefully once it starts happening, and report back. Like you all did fabulously when things were closing. When things are opening, report back because they won't all open at once. Might even be over a longer period opening than it was that it closed. I think they all closed in like 2 weeks, 10 days, something like that. Okay. Ray, I was told that Las Vegas controls the payouts on a daily basis at my local casino. Does that sound right to me? If you have a central server, and at this point, it's great to see almost every casino having them, except for the ones that can't, because you have to basically put the wiring under the ground, under the floor. And if you're a riverboat, you don't have a floor, you have a hull, and they just want to have central servers. But if you have a central server, then you can change it multiple times a day. It's no people involved, nobody opening doors on slot machines and resetting them and just going through 3,000 slot machines, and takes a week or 10 days. Let's see. Let me make sure I lost track where I was at. In Las Vegas, two things are going on. They can control the theoretical payout on a slot machine multiple times per day, because I don't know of Nevada's. The only ones that don't have the ability to have that is riverboat casinos. Almost everything else has. It's been in 2012, only a couple have had that, but every casino I've gone to that wasn't a riverboat casino has made the switch. There might be some out there. There might be some out there that I haven't gone to, but it looks like almost everything is switched over, because it's so much of an advantage for the casino. And so they adjust the payout, the theoretical payouts. Again, this is what does payout mean? And I have payouts and I have returns. Okay, payouts is the theoretical. Returns are the statistics of what actually happened. That's what I call these two. So they control the theoretical payouts that results in return statistics, and they report on a daily basis. The returns on a weekly basis. In Nevada, they report on a weekly basis to the state Gaming Commission, and the state reports to the people on their online website each month. So they have to meet their weekly requirements for the Nevada Gaming Commission weekly, but then it's reported monthly. And that's why they tighten it up on the weekends for when California comes to visit in Las Vegas, and loosen it during the week for the locals when the people from California aren't there, and maybe some conference goers, to try to encourage them to gamble while they're at their conference and working. That week averages out to the state requirement. And that's how it works. And I don't know anybody else who talks about this. I'm trying to grow the audience. That's why I want to come up with more videos, trying to grow the audience so I can get the word out. It's not a fantastic idea. It's pretty obvious. But once you get across the idea that it's not luck, I mean, there's always luck, but there's these trends and business practices, and casinos are counting on you thinking it's luck. This is not shuffling a deck of cards and laying down some cards. It's not that. It's just a little bit of that. I had to figure out a graphic or display or a way to say all this a little bit better. Glad you got your answer, Paula. Yes, Scott, when it's successful, people get it, but it's a little bit of a hard sell. You've got a lot of people who don't think this way. What I have noticed is a lot fewer people scream at me now than they did 5 years ago. What was it? I started about I wrote the book 4 years ago. Yeah, I published it 4 years ago, wrote it 5 years ago. And I would say, this stuff, and I would have people just blow up at me. I went to Gamblepalooza and Foxwoods, and people were just like upset. And I'm like, why are you so upset? This helps you. Well, it doesn't work that way. And I'm like, it used to not work this way. Now it does. What do we call that? What change? Change is hard. And I wasn't trying to mock them. Change is hard. So I think I kind of caught up on the questions. I have a couple articles that I put out this week where were slot machines invented. Actually, that was, it started in San Francisco. But when did we get the microchip? When did we get the random number generator? When did we get two screens? Australia provided that one, and then shortly later, came in. When did Nevada get set up with the Flamingo having a slot machine in 1934? This is the many inventions of slot machines and where they came from. Charles Fay. but the Bell fruit gum back in Prohibition in 1920 to 1932, the golden age of slots. And the reason why all this is important is the innovations and technologies that are going into slot machines. We've just spent almost an hour talking about them with the central server and wiring things up. Somebody's talking to me about facial recognition. If Linda's on, talking about facial recognition and some of the more recent slot machines from Scientific Gaming, where maybe you don't need to use a player's card eventually because it'll recognize your face, like an ATM machine right there in front of you. Let's see if I can switch this over conveniently. So, right in front of your face is a camera, and that's the only way facial recognition works. The camera in the ceiling, it's not doing top of your head recognition. That doesn't work. You need to be basically, it's like this camera that's in front of me now, or your iPhone that has facial recognition. It's just got to be like right there. And what do you know? Slot machine screens are. But this other stuff about, even casinos get this wrong. They buy these multi-million-dollar facial recognition systems, with cameras in the ceiling, and none of them work, and they aren't technically proficient enough to understand that they just wasted a lot of money. Yeah. Scott says, could you do one of these Q&As on a weeknight? Probably can't with your job. I will be doing webinars in about 4 audience, same time, same day. Once you build up that, you want to keep that same time. It's very important, being regular. And so I have been. This is my 19th weekly Saturday, 2:00 Q&A, the last 19 Saturdays. So I think we're going to be doing this. I was very concerned about March Madness. People were like, well, if I have to make a choice, and we don't have March Madness this year. So I'll pick this time. One of the things I was considering doing was doing a 4-hour session once a year. And I haven't really decided when we might do that, but just to have a longer period. But I think what you're asking for is more than just something on Saturdays. So that I understand that need, and that is something I'm planning for. So I will be posting on Sundays, on Tuesdays, and until I start doing webinars in months from now, on Thursdays, a new video. And it'll give you something, and you can comment. And then as I grow to the point, and please subscribe, please like this video. As I grow, I will eventually be allowed to have a community on YouTube, and then we can have a lot more discussions, because that tab doesn't open until you get a certain number of subscribers. Dave has a question. Getting a lot of attention, Dave. And I do have if you wanted to have a conversation, Dave, I do have consulting, professorslots.com/consult. I wasn't going to try to advertise these things today, but if you have lots of questions, I have answers, and we can just sit down and talk for 50 minutes. It's a paid service. But Dave says, I've noticed the change in payouts at my local Indian casino. It seems more random, almost computer controlled with the change, opposed to someone turning a knob. I don't really see it as random. The connection I have found has been the size of the crowd. So I have some of my strategies have to do with understanding if you have a big night, you have a slow night. Is it right after a big night, right after a slow night, and just sort of that pattern, because it's a business practice. So it has something to do with the business. And that's the sort of thing that I connected to. Now, if you can't find a pattern, I'm trying to show people. I figured out some patterns, many, and I'm writing them all down so you can look for them. There's always a possibility of a few more. I think I captured a lot of them, but there's subtleties at your casino that you'll need to watch for. But with 7, 8, 9, 10 examples of what to look for, you might be able to dig into what your casino is doing. Also, there's another possibility that it doesn't have a pattern. And that's something to watch out for too, because it's not about you. It's not about you making it happen. It's either happening or it isn't, and you have to uncover it. So your ability to observe and watch and consider and, uncover the pattern, that's kind of where we're at. Let's see, Dean, any new slot names for the group? The slot detectives. Okay. Well, I don't know if you're here the first minute or so, but I started by saying, hello, fellow slots enthusiasts. And then I went through 12 others, and I believe you're on here, but I don't remember you saying the slot detectives. But actually, it does sound familiar. So I will add to my list slot detectives. And I'm not quite able to keep up with who said what, but I'm trying so I can give credit to whomever comes up with one. So now I've got 13, lucky number 13. If you have an idea for a name for what you would like to be called, feel free to email me or comment in this post, comment in this video, or just get it to us on maybe the slot communities. And right now, for those of you who weren't here, we came up with slot whisperers, slot tribe, slot commanders, smart slot souls. I'm never going to be able to get that right. Too many S's. Say that 3 times fast. One-armed bandit brigade, slot hunters, the wizard squad, slot masters, jackpot runners, slot advantage players, Dr. John's slot posse, slots army, and slot detectives, which I like as being suggestive. All right. Let's see. If you don't have any more names, that's fine. But I wanted to see if there was anything else. If you have any questions, do ask. I wanted to quickly see if there was any article I particularly wanted to talk about. We were talking about tribal gaming a moment ago. I have an article. I put together a bunch of stuff and I decided to call it the Ultimate Guide. Sometimes that helps people understand what it is I'm trying to share. And this is a basic, if you look at the screen, you'll see a few of the topics that this one covers. And what else? This is a quiet time for us, right? We are doing self-learning during quarantines, and maybe you might want to start a podcast. All you need is a computer, microphone, and I think it's like $7 a month with Libsyn. But I have an article about starting a podcast. I call it a recreational gambling podcast because I know you like that. Feel free to start one. It's pretty cheap. And I list out everything that you might need as far as software and hardware to accomplish that. Anyway, slot fans, I got to stay away from copyright violations. Not a Batman. Chuck had said slot fans to the tune of Batman. Thanks, everybody. We are going to wrap up now. Yes, Slot Wizards has... all right. I had the Wizard Squad, Slot Wizards. I will add that one. Thank you. That is... Who said that? Carrie. I want to make sure Carrie gets credit if we end up with that one. And I will talk to everybody. A week from now. We'll see how this next week goes. I'll have 7 more posts coming out daily. Should be another one coming out in about an hour and a half on all the slots communities, but I'll share it in my email on Saturday morning, this next coming Saturday. Last questions here. Chuck says, do machines against the wall, outer ring pay better than machines located in the midst? Well, if they're located in the midst, that would be unlikely unless there was a major thoroughfare. You and I have talked about this, about visible from a distance, however that might be. Philly T says, thanks, John. Always informative. Let's be careful out there. Let's be careful out there, everybody. Do take care of yourselves, please. I'd be devastated if anything happened to you guys, any one of you. Ray, I think I have told you before. However, I have definitely noticed that an increase in payouts hand pays using some of your concepts and mixing them with mine. All caps, your concepts work. Thank you, John, for sharing. Yeah, I know they work. And I'm trying to get the word out. I'm a little surprised by people who don't like them, but because it seems like an emotional reaction. I'm like, okay, try it. And, if it works, when it works, it sells itself. Scott, next trip to casino, I will be more prepared to figure out what to do instead of a Hail Mary pass. Right. You can always do the Hail Mary pass. You've got odds of winning, but I've heard so many people just say, it doesn't matter which slot machine. I'm like, it does. The one at the end of the row, just move over one. Just please. No. Okay. Don't do it. You're welcome, Doug. Okay, everybody. Great session. Take care. Have fun. Be safe. And have fun. Be safe. Take care.